Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. Good evening. Welcome to the show. Hello. I'm David Sponheim, and I'm running for president in 2016. I appreciate all of you for coming in. And I want to thank all of you people who are admitting that this is a great opportunity for us to change the nature of American politics. We've got a lot of greedy people running for president. One of them claims to be the king of debt.
I know more about debt than practically anybody.
So he loves debt, and he wants us to be more in debt. And Hillary has no idea how to hold on to money. She just knows how to get money from corporations. So neither one handles money well, and yet we're in a very, very dangerous position where we haven't been fiscally conservative. Our nation's been spending rampantly across the board and hasn't been solving the problem of financial security for a lot of people. They haven't ramped up American jobs. We haven't seen new industry. It's been the doldrums, another 7 to 8 years of a do-nothing president. Isn't that amazing? So I stepped out of the box many years ago and took on a very strong position against Barack Obama. I was a birther. I still am a birther. I believe that the only way to get accountability from Barack Obama is to go after the fraud that he's committed. And we've talked a lot about the mistakes that he's made, but really the fraud leads the whole problem. Yes, that's correct. All right, thank you for protecting us from that. I appreciate that. Why should Trump be different than everyone else? You think everyone's greedy? Hardly. I'm very secure. I'm very confident. You really believe everybody's greedy like Trump? No wonder you're not welcome here. Yeah. Most of the people here are not that greedy. We're not really sure what's going on here. The theme song was good. No, I'm saying greedy. Yeah. Donald Trump is greedy. Yeah. And Barack Obama has been a very greedy guy too. He and Michelle are in it for the money. American people don't support Congress. 6% confidence rating, the lowest it's ever been. We have 8 quotes from Hillary Clinton to show how evil she is. 8 actual Hillary quotes to reveal how evil and psychotic she truly is. Are you ready for that? Somebody said I look like David Caruso. I don't know. Let's take a look at this. The reveal. Where is the GD flag? I want the GD effing flag up every morning at effing sunrise. Hillary to the staff at the Arkansas Governor Mansion on Labor Day 1991 from the book Inside the White House by Ronald Kessler. F off. It's enough I have to see you crap kickers every day. I'm not going to talk to you too. Just do your GD job and keep your mouth shut. Hillary and her state trooper bodyguards after one of them greeted her with good morning. Number 3. If you want to remain on this detail, get your effing ass over here and grab those bags. Hillary to a Secret Service agent who was reluctant to carry her luggage because he wanted to keep his hands free in case of an incident. From the book, The First Partner. Stay the F back. Stay the F back away from me. Don't come within 10 yards of me or else just effing do as I say, okay? Hillary screaming at her Secret Service detail from the book Unlimited Access. Number 5. Where is the miserable, I can't even say this, because it's like, I don't say these words, publicly at least, otherwise known as Bill Clinton, calling him the, whatever. Hillary shouting at a Secret Service office, you effing idiot. Hillary to a state trooper who was driving her to an event. I mean, I'm sorry. I can't even read all these. It's hurting my sensibilities and ruining my Friday. Potty mouth, I know. Well, this is what's been going on in the White House. I'm not going to read those words, no. No, I'm sorry. I have a zero tolerance for the F word. I'm not like Chef Ramsay, who created a show called The F Word. I have real teeth, yes. And I would gladly show you them, but frankly, I spent $600 on these press-on veneers, and I want people who are suffering from tooth decay to have a positive image about themselves. Gordon Ramsay is a salt fiend. He loves to salt food. Anyone who likes to salt food is going to be seen as a good cook. I use hardly any salt in my cooking, and it tastes scrumptious. Did you guys try my recipe?
My faith.
Okay, this just came in the other night. Hillary was reading off her teleprompter cue. Watch this. I made a great meal. It's posted at David John Sponheim's YouTube account. So, you can check it out.
Sigh. He's attacking my faith. He's attacking my faith. Sigh. He's attacking my faith. Sigh. He's attacking.
Okay, we get it. Sigh. This is a psyops. Yeah, I don't like his attitude. He's ruining the entire world of cooking. I think a little bit of garlic powder is very good for you. My real teeth are in a pick in a cosmetic bag, before and after. It's true. Yeah, I hate to say it, but you would be surprised what my teeth looked like before I actually put them in. Well, they're yellow. They're yellow. It's not something I'm proud of. I was a person who had a lot of tetracycline as a kid, and we all know now that if you give your kids tetracycline, they get yellowish teeth. They lose part of their enamel. And I was very, very disturbed that, I lost part of my enamel. The dentist said, hey, you've lost 50% of your enamel. And I said, well, it could have been the 50, 20-pound sacks of oranges I ate when I was younger. No, I don't have acne. Or it could have been the tetracycline. But they told me that if I did whiten my teeth, I can get them white. And I have a pretty good set of teeth, by the way. But it wouldn't be as white as these. So all of you suffering from a serious mouth rot or Mountain Dew-itis, they call it, you have hope. You'll look better if you have some press-on veneers of some sort. No, my teeth are not messed up. Let me show you what they look like. And I have a pretty decent smile when I don't have my teeth in. But let me put them back in. Isn't that better? Yeah. Hey, let's talk about the Dow Jones. It dropped 610 points. Down to 17,400. Isn't that special? And the world markets are reeling from the recent Brexit, which, as you know, I supported. For almost a year now, I've supported the Brexit. Donald Trump just picked up on it last couple days ago. He watched our show, and he now supported it. And then he claims all the success of having supported it after only for 2 days supporting it. Amazing, huh? He just has to watch our show, and he knows exactly what to do. It's better than hiring a good ad team. Just watch what Dave does. Okay, this in. The French, Dutch, far right call for EU membership referendums after the Brexit. So now people, France and Dutch, now people are beginning to say, well, maybe we should leave the European Union. France and the Netherlands. Yeah. France's far-right National Front Party. Definitely Marine Le Pen standing there, right there. Yeah. With the Dutch far-right Freedom Party, Geert Wilders, or Wilders. They want an exit from the Brexit. They want to do the Brexit. They want the Frexit and the Dutchskit. Gold is up to $1,318, a huge spike in gold recently. Silver is making a big comeback, heading toward $18 an ounce. And of course the Dow Jones. Oh, it's at 17,476. That's the fine? Okay, thank you for that final information. I thought it was 17,400. Sorry. Okay, while running for U.S. Senate, Hillary stopped at a 4-H club in upstate New York. As one Secret Service agent says, Hillary saw farmers and cows and then erupted. She turned to a staffer and said, "What the F did we come here for? There's no money here." That's typical of Hillary, yeah. We are looking at a person who's committed the most egregious act of evidence tampering in history. A woman who has virtually erased 5 months of emails because it said too much about all the bad things she did when she was Secretary of State. All we can assume is that she had to remove herself and her emails and not talk about it. Because when a person gets rid of 5 months worth of emails, it mentioned a lot of bad things. And there's no way she had 30,000 private emails. Maybe persistent, but I'm not odd in any way. No, I'm a person who's very creative. I'm an idea man, and I think out of the box. Some people are accusing me of being too creative. Well, that's not me dancing, okay? I've never danced like that. I even do a dance during the show to show you I don't dance like that. But yeah, my biggest crime in life is being too creative. I did a blackface video a few years ago. And it's not illegal to do a blackface video, by the way. And I did it in order to promote our show and promote what we're doing and also raise satire to how bad Barack Obama is. And I impersonated Barack Obama with a blackface impersonation. It was very good, I thought. And I did another one in 2014. And I'm glad I did that. But people find that too creative for a presidential candidate. They don't understand that I have to do that. I have to step out of the box. If I don't, no one will hear me. Well, blackface is well, let me just show it to you. This is the blackface caption we pulled up. We had a GIF made of it. It's pretty powerful. And it talks about all the mistakes Obama made, keeping us in war in Afghanistan. It was really good. It's spot on satire. The original and the second version of the original were really good, but they were yanked off YouTube. Somebody made a copy of them, and they went viral around the world in dance clubs. People started playing music with them in the background. So that's why I spread so fast around the world, and it's why I had to do it. I needed all kinds of advertising opportunities, and the blackface is still working for me. And I'm proud of it. No, Blackface 3 is not coming out. I'm thinking of an impersonation of Henry Kissinger and Hillary Clinton, but it's anticipation of a possible Hillary Clinton run for the presidency. We don't know why the FBI has not kicked her out yet and indicted her with crimes. And it's only because she has a lot of dirt on politicians, we think, that she's been able to keep the FBI off her. Nobody at the FBI has asked about her missing emails. The man who ran her server recently evaded questions 125 times, pleading the fifth. And he has immunity. So if what Hillary said originally was nothing on those servers would in any way implicate her, then why does her key manager of her servers have 125 counts of the pleading the fifth and have immunity in a deal cut behind the scenes with the government, with the FBI? We've got so much corruption from these dynastic presidential candidates, and these people are greedy. And by the way, as a voter, I want you to know that you're putting your faith in greedy people when you vote for Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. They are absolutely greedy. And that is a weakness. When a presidential candidate is that greedy, they are bribable. Now, I'm not bribable. I'm unbuyable. They can't say, hey, David, you'll be part of our secret society if you do what we tell you to do. Because I don't do secret societies. I'm not part of that scene. I'm not a joiner in that way. And it's very much the kind of character you need in a presidential candidate, insulated from all those greedy pigs that want to lube your pocket. Oh, thank you. I'll be receiving it as soon as I can. Thanks, Dupster. Trump doesn't represent change. Trump represents the same old establishment. Let me tell you about Trump. He actually met with Henry Kissinger recently, 2 months ago. Okay, now the Brits are searching for Irish passports. All right, let's take a look at this. This is another CIA news story from the CNN desk of the CIA Media Engineering Department. What do they want us to believe now? The Brits searched for Irish passports after the Brexit vote. British citizens began frantically looking for ways to keep their European citizenship on Friday morning after a referendum on leaving the EU passed in a close vote. And Google search data showed a spike in searches for getting an Irish passport. Citizens of the
British people have voted to leave the European Union. The British people have made a choice. That not only needs to be respected, but those on the losing side of the argument, myself included, should help to make it work.
As a result of this, Britain will continue to be a great European power.
Today is a cut for Europe. It is a cut as regards the European unity.
I want to reassure everyone that we are prepared also for this negative scenario.
This painful choice, which I deeply regret.
So Donald basically was in favor of this 2 days ago. I've been in favor of the Brexit for months. Don't call me a name like that. You may lose out in some way in the future, karmically, by calling me that. I'm sure all of them are going to leave the EU. The EU is a simple puppet maneuver by the New World Order. I'm okay now? Oh, thanks. Well, I was speaking, rehearsal time I was speaking. I'm concerned that Donald is scraping ideas from our show. Because, like I said, I've been in favor of the Brexit for months, and he just did it a couple days ago. And he's taking all the glory. How about that? I believe that these rich puppets that we've seen around the world that we're just speaking are actually the problem. And the Brexit vote is the first step in the right direction. It's been long and hard coming, but you've got to understand these global bankers have been borrowing money left and right in order to finance the Ponzi scheme they call the World Bank and the IMF. They just print money out of thin air and then expect all these other countries to back them. And then when their little Ponzi scheme starts to falter, the Rothschilds who back this entire thing, they own the World Bank ostensibly, as well as the Fed. The Rothschilds will not in any way back this monetary depletion in the EU's budget. They don't want to cover up any money. That would mean they're losing. And they're not going to ever admit they lose. You see what's going on here? The richest, corporate, most corrupt people will refuse to lose. We've got a two-party conspiracy, folks, and they're in love with each other. They've got all kinds of connections, and they really believe that they're going to pull the wool over the American people's eyes and get whatever they want. The Brexit outcome proves that the New World Order is breaking down. That's what it means, 113. The EU is going to be their big, huge landmark leg on their New World Order. And then we saw the North American Union collapse right after Bush was elected, and it hasn't really formulated. I'm in it for 2016, yeah, of course. Many of you people don't know how to write my name in. And I'm going to give you a little help by posting it in every way I can. We're putting it at the top of the screen. We can put it over here. We could probably put it all over the screen. You know, you've got possibilities. I don't know what else to do. I mean, I could replicate. I could become multiple people talking about it. We could have write-in everywhere. I mean, it would be a non-stop write-in experience. I mean, what do I have to do to get you to do this, Beekman? Do I have to be more than one person? Is it possible that I'm forced to pretend to be more than one person? I simply want you to write my name in. The election is clearly beyond the control of the mainstream media. The American people are drifting and really willing to separate their vote from the two-party system. So pure water is what I talk about. I really believe that we're going to be able to get to pure water. But these people, they don't give a crap about pure water. This woman right here, Melania, she likes money. That's why she married Trump. She likes money, and to show you how much she likes money, she posed naked in a magazine. Yeah. How can she possibly expect to become first lady when she's got her fadoodle all over the place? Do you really believe the American people want the first lady to have her fadoodle all over the place? Huh? Do you? Do you really think the American people are ready to have a naked first lady? And you're wondering what a fadoodle is. I don't know, I just made that word up. Well, we do have a trend in the White House, but now you want a naked woman who basically gave up her own innocence to make money. That's so sick. I'm asking you folks to dump Trump and think about what's happening. So read the 35 links we've got, including Melania's naked pictures in that link library, and find out. This guy, I don't want to go to Orgy Island and find out what he did. I mean, if the fly on the wall would know more about Bill than anything else. But it turns out Donald Trump has connections to Jeffrey Epstein too. And neither Bill nor Donald want to talk about it. Jeffrey Epstein was the known pedophile that was arrested, charged with a crime for having underage women as sex slaves on his Orgy Island, and still to this day probably does. We don't know. But all these stories have been suppressed by the mainstream media as long as I've been running, for 7 years. And you never ever hear about them. I doubt any of you have even heard about the Orgy Island story unless you've heard it from somebody personally. I wouldn't pose nude for $1 million. Hell no. I don't care about money. You know, I don't know how many people there are in the world that don't care about money, but I'm one of them. Now, I know that sounds a little outrageous, but I don't have a family, so I don't have a lot of financial concerns, personally. And I got ahead of debt way, way long time ago. Not that very much in debt, ever. Let's see if we have a picture of the Epstein. Well, let's be clear. Well, no, there is a third side. It's in the middle of the political spectrum, and if you don't like it, then you don't understand it. I'm fiscally conservative, and I'm also socially liberal. So I reach out to both the people who are now no longer having Bernie as a voter, and the people who are now saying, hey, Donald Trump doesn't support in any way a Tea Party or any fiscal conservancy whatsoever. I have a fiscally conservative side where I want to shrink the budget and get a zero deficit by 2017. Donald Trump has not made that promise. I have a plan to do it. Okay, let's take a look at the book here. This is a telltale sign. Donald Trump's name is in the book, the black book that Jeffrey Epstein had, that his butler found and made public. And Alan Dershowitz is now fighting a lawsuit on this case. Yeah, he's been targeted too, as being one of those people on the black book. Hi there, Nicole. Welcome. All right, I think we're done with this cliche dynastic family of corrupt people wanting to run your country. I don't think I want to talk about transgenderism tonight, but if you do want to talk about it, the elephant in the closet, let's do that. Is the elephant in the closet? I think he may have come out of the closet. If you want to talk about the elephant that came out of the closet, we can do that, but my face won't be seen during the show. Excuse me. There we go. We won't have to talk about transgenderism unless you want to bring it up. That's your choice. It's really not a problem. Well, let's be clear. You don't want to talk about closeted elephants. I figured that much, yeah. Well, what does this mean to you? Are you heavily invested in the stock market? Chances are you're not. Most people don't have any stock at all. So when they talked about the Brexit, the elitists must have known that in no way would the common man be concerned about staying with the European Union. That's a banker's decision. Bankers want a European Union. Bankers want to profit from collectivism. Well, I'm not into profit. I'm not a person who is materialistic. I have a lot of great ideas that I'd like to see manifest. I don't believe that we're going to get a manifestation of great ideas unless we have a person who actually creates the ideas. I think Donald Trump's stealing 10 of my ideas, and now with the Brexit stealing that idea too, we are seeing a possibility that a person who steals ideas can't possibly be the creative force behind them, and therefore will no doubt destroy an opportunity. And we are in the middle of a voter revolt here at America's Third Party. Got a lot of things going on. Barack Obama put the country in the toilet, and Hillary will just pull the handle, and I think Donald will flush it. So we've got a lot of reasons to talk about a third party tonight here in our show. And we support liberty, equality, and sustainability. That's something that the other two parties don't do. They're trying to take away your liberty. Hillary wants to co-opt your freedom and make it some collectivism, like Marxist collectivism. Donald Trump wants to set deportation forces and take away Muslims' right to perform religious freedom here. What do you mean, how do I say things with a straight face? Everything I do is sincere. I don't understand what your problem is. If you're doubting my sincerity, just look into my eyes and say, are you telling the truth? And I'll tell you, I am. I come to the show every day with the intent to give you 100% truth all the time. I don't know what I have to do to prove to you I'm not materialistic. I'm not buyable. You want an honest man to lead this country with great ideas, I'm your guy. Good evening. No, Britain didn't shock the world. The bankers are shocked. They thought they had everything by the short hairs. The Rothschilds are shocked. They probably expected their threat of a 5% market dip to make everyone go, oh, well, we better stay with the European Union, their New World Order. Their New World Order is over. Hey, Sunstar, good evening. Actor Mark Ruffalo added to terror watch list before anti-fracking documentary. Wow. Okay. No fly list. Actor Mark Ruffalo just added to the terror watch list before making a anti-fracking documentary. Wow. A screening. So he's about ready to make an anti-fracking documentary screening, and he's put on the terror watch list. And need I remind you that Hillary Clinton removed an organization called the MEK from the terrorist watch list the day after Benghazi was attacked. And nobody in the media is talking about it. I'm the only one across the board. Nobody else recognized what was going on. And nobody else wants to talk about it. So the MEK was a known terrorist group dating back to Iran's early days of the revolution. And I can tell you that they may very well have pulled off the death of Chris Stevens and others. The MEK may have just gotten a payback from Hillary as a Secretary of State the next day, because she removed their name from the known terrorist watch list. Now this guy who's doing an anti-fracking documentary has his name added. Tell me that's not messed up. I'm your hero. Thank you. Thanks for saying that. The Dow Jones dropped 500 points and the pound took a 10% hit. It's pretty big, yeah. But this correction was in the works for the past 7 years or 8 years. I don't understand why anyone would be shocked by this. We've been living in some sort of a delusional, doldrum, stalled market scenario where nothing goes on. The Democrats have mismanaged the economy something terrible. And Obama is an absolute blithering idiot. But where is that going to take me? You know, I can do the broken St. Obama's impersonation all night long. It's not going to really get me that far in terms of the substance of where we go from here. Yeah. Well, Mr. Bill, we have a no refugee stance here. We don't want refugees to come into our country. Unless, of course, they have family here and the family is willing to wait for them to become a U.S. citizen in their home country, which is our fast-track naturalization plan. Every refugee will be told the same thing. You need to go back home to apply for citizenship. No, the blackface is something I need to be proud of, and I want you to know why. I have been censored for the past 7 years in the mainstream media. Thanks, Master Meatball. We're up, and away. Because I was censored in the mainstream media for 7 years, I had to do something out of the box 7 years ago. And I'm proud of it because a lot of people around the world loved the fact that I had the balls to do this. Donald Trump didn't have the balls to do this. He was riding on my coattails. In 2011, when he brought up the birther issue, now Donald Trump will not talk about prosecuting Obama, or never did talk about prosecuting Obama. Not only do I believe it's the success that we'll need to prosecute Obama, we need time to prevent Obama and all the bad policies he's created to sink in. Right now, Obamacare is draining our coffers left and right. I have been censored. In fact, we're being censored right now on this show. I'm not gay, no. Yeah, blackface gives me something important to talk about because I don't have any fear of recrimination. There's no fear of somebody attacking me because you did a blackface impersonation video. A lot of people have done whiteface impersonation videos. They don't live in fear. The reality is people can do whatever they want in America because we have freedom of speech. I'm not wearing a wig, no. This is my real hair. I just get a kick out of all these different people that come into our show and they keep asking the same questions. Now, if Hillary wants to run with Elizabeth Warren, then by all means go right ahead because we'll prosecute both of them. I've even said that I'd prosecute Elizabeth Warren over 8 years ago. Now Donald Trump's saying he wants to prosecute Elizabeth Warren. That's like the 11th thing he's taken from me. We want to get a genetic test to find out if she indeed is 132nd Cherokee Indian. If she is, he has nothing to worry about. But if she isn't, she definitely has a series of things to worry about. One of which is prison. Yeah, you can't just completely take affirmative action money and run around and become an important person around the world. She became a professor at Harvard, a minority professor, looking like she does, like a white person. It's hilarious. It's just ridiculous, actually. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. I'm not wearing a wig. This is my real hair. Yeah, I don't understand why you guys just can't accept the fact that I have nice hair and I comb it. No, that was FDR. No, I'm not high. You look high. Just looking at your chat makes you look high. You're scared stiff? Why? What's going on? Conquer fear and you're sorted. Yeah. Why would you be frightened? Sarah and I went to Mount Rushmore. We'd like to go again. I know. I have eyebrows. You just can't see them. They're the same color as my hair. Well, I don't think there are that many people that need to be afraid. We're doing fine. Let me tell you the good things about our economy. Number one, our economy is kind of like my eyebrows. They're there, but you can't really see it. Yeah. I'm a very transparent person. I've never been to the Devil's Tower. I think I've seen it from a distance, though. Ask me relevant questions about politics, please. Thanks.
I want to give you a break.
Oh, thanks. There's a methane plume coming off the Earth somewhere near Porter Ranch still. Remember the Aliso Canyon methane leak? Well, they got another one. You know, you plug one hole and it comes right back again. Look at that.
Wow. Where is that?
This is outside Aliso Canyon. More
Still?
methane, yeah. Porter Ranch. Okay, an instrument on board an orbiting spacecraft has measured the methane emissions leaking from a single facility on Earth's surface. So they thought they had it under control, but there's leaks all over the place. So,
Whoa.
thanks for that.
Oh, you closed out of it.
Oh no, I can open it up again here.
I was looking at it, yeah. I was going to look at it. There you go. Thanks. I'll look at it later.
Well, I'll put it over here for you.
Thank you.
Oh, I don't have another. This is the thing. What I'm going to do is put this over here. Well, the chat room has to be opened up in Firefox in order for us to chat in there. I didn't want to get into it. So when we did this...
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying.
It has to be opened in Firefox?
Yeah, the chat room does. And what I'm going to do is bring third-party chat room over here as its own screen. There you go. And we can still bump off of this. Now, actor Mark Ruffalo has been put on the terror watch list for simply doing a documentary, a screening, on anti-fracking.
Well, yesterday it was because it was upsetting because I opened Firefox, I got rid of all the browsers.
Yeah.
That's why I don't know how to do it.
Beekman, I'm not able to expand on other mediums because we're being censored. I thought I explained that to you.
We are currently in other mediums. We're currently in Ustream and a site that starts with a B and YouTube as well. And I think somewhere we have the YouTube thing
He's an actor.
on.
Yeah.
And I could refresh that and try to get into the chat room there.
I tried. I opened up this screen if you want to take a look at it.
Well, you got in. So good.
No, I didn't. And when I go in here and
Well,
said
you must
hi,
have gotten in.
it won't go in.
Well, that's probably because it doesn't work. I was just trying that. It doesn't work that way.
You could try going in from here, and maybe we could find a chat room there. But
Yeah, I can do that.
all right, go for it. I'll talk.
Well, I was.
No, I'm being censored, and I have a hit counter lock. I have a hit counter lock on YouTube. This is not some erroneous theory that we're putting out. You go and check our links and click on our YouTube site and see how the hit counter doesn't move. That's your proof right there. We've had people do it for years now, and the hit counter doesn't move.
I know. I want to hear everything David has to say too. Right. Good.
I want you people to disagree with me.
Not that I know of 849. We're not on any list.
I want you to disagree with me. I want all of you to question politics. I want you to question authority. Skype is insecure. If I were to make you a contact, you would see my IP and you could easily DDoS us. I do want you to disagree with me, yes. No, you aren't disagreeing with me when I block you. You're labeling me and criticizing me and demoralizing our show. Do you know the difference between disagreeing with somebody and calling them a name? We have problems out there with Muslim terrorists. Yes, we do. Thank you. Calling me a thing that I'm not, that's sexual harassment. So we're trying to help you understand what we're all about. We are all about getting your voice out and questioning authority. Unlike Donald Trump, who said that he would make it illegal to criticize him in the media, I don't in any way want to do that. That goes against the principles of this great document, which we're fighting for tonight. The U.S. Constitution. It's holding this entire crap house together. And people don't realize how important it is. I hear you, man. A lot of people are not happy. So why do we talk about pure water in our show? Because we believe that it's a successful way to create peace in the world. And why do I not talk about depopulation like the Democrats? They talk about it all the time. Because I don't believe we have too much population. We have a distribution problem. And we've got a lot of corrupt rich people who want to control the world and poison the skies.
No, David's not saying jump on the liberal bandwagon.
No, not at all. In fact, I'm a centrist.
He represents America's third party, which is not liberal or conservative.
This story just came in. And, you know, I've been talking about chemtrails for a long time. I'm the only candidate talking about chemtrails, but now a Swedish official, breaking news, has admitted that chemtrails are real. It's not a conspiracy. Check it out. This just in. Breaking news, Swedish official admits toxic chemtrails are real, not a conspiracy. She talks about all the things that are going on. It's a CIA, NSA joint task force. Believe it or not, this Swedish politician speaking out.
Yeah, so what I'll do, I'll just read the article if that's possible.
We'll take on that story tonight in our late night videos. Chemtrails are things being dumped in the sky. You're being sprayed like an insect. And they're using a variety of things, heavy metals, nanoparticles, vaccines, to alter not only the weather, but your attitude. I'm going to let Sarah do this. Yes, she's good at this. She's good at her own show. I'm going to take a little break and take care of feeding my fish. A lot of European Union leaders right now, within separate countries, like in France and the Netherlands, are talking about more nations leaving now. So it's kind of a tumbling, possibly spiraling evacuation from the EU happening right now, because the whole plan was preposterous, that somehow you'd give people who are rich money and everything would work out. It doesn't work that way.
They block any links from guests, so you just have to sign in.
Everything that moves upon the earth is actuated by the sun.
Look at this.
Upon this scientific fact, Otto H. Moore at Concord, California, has based innumerable inventions that will revolutionize nearly every form of modern utility.
1937.
Among the achievements of this man of action is this economical storage type water heater. Cold water entering at the bottom of a series of copper tubes is heated by the sun's rays.
Yeah.
Drawn off through a faucet at the top, the water has a temperature as high as 180 degrees Fahrenheit. Even on cloudy days, the violet rays of the sun maintain the process. By a method of heat absorption, the sun also operates this futuristic innovation in drinking water coolers. The device irradiates, purifies, and refrigerates. Thus, Mr. Moore has harnessed the heat of the sun to produce ideal drinking water the year round. This scientific magician attracts and holds the sun's rays throughout the day by use of a crystal ball, mounted in a box he calls a solar generator tank. Once again, heat is made to produce its opposite by the development of the most economical refrigerator yet devised. Ice cubes from sunbeams in 2 hours.
Wow.
In still another type of generator, water is heated by solar rays. An unique method of vaporization, condensation, and absorption results in the remarkably inexpensive production of hydrogen gas of inestimable value for cooking, heating, and power, made from ordinary water.
That's pretty cool.
Otto H. Moore and other men of thoughtful purpose will someday free the world of needless toil. Their appreciative understanding and control of nature's forces will have earned for themselves and all mankind a better place in the sun.
Wow, that was a great
That
link.
was very cool.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. For
Impressive.
posting that.
Awesome, Matt. Yeah, freezer burn. I got to tell you guys, we've had their whole idea of passive desalination has been ongoing for a long time, but solar heating has been another idea dating back to the 30s. So we really need to get on with the business of saving energy and getting lower cost electricity. But the problem is there is a political dimension to that. The two parties who are primed by the electric companies and by the coal companies and all the oil companies, they're not going to in any way make these solar alternatives possible. We've already seen how they simply want to make money on green energy tax credits, corporations do, and then dump the project like Solyndra did. $530 million they got from U.S. tax dollars, and they wasted it. So folks, if you really want to get behind the real revolution and get behind this voter revolt, it's not just about a third party per se. It's about a brand new wave of looking at things and getting corporations out of the loop when it comes to coming up with good ideas for Americans. Well, they need borders in every area in Europe. The male forces that are going around raping women has got to stop. Many people have no idea how debilitating it is to have men roam the streets looking for any opportunity to grab a woman or a young woman and rape her. A culture will be shut down by that type of behavior. So they need to get very tough on these criminals.
Select write in and type in his name.
Yes, select write in and type in my name if it's electronic. You'll have a place to type in the name David Sponheim. The only state that doesn't have it that I know of is Oklahoma. They don't have a write-in area on their electronic voting machine.
There might be a few others.
There may be a couple others. In that case, vote for your conscience, whatever you feel is best. But really, the two parties will take us down the hill and will continue this entire love affair with corporate greed, which is really what's hurting our nation. Okay, Sarah's going to take over for a little bit. I'll be back. The reason why we have pure water on the screen is because we're all about the big solution for the world and for America. Water equals food, equals prosperity, and it will definitely provide peace. And it's a solution we'll be taking around the world, exporting as well. We have the ocean pipeline, which is a fantastic solution we came up with 10 years ago. Donald Trump is claiming his idea is an ocean dome. He's borrowing every one of our ideas, or shall I say stealing every one of our ideas, and it's not a good quality for a person running for president to steal ideas from somebody. You guys have a real character flaw in Donald Trump, and you should realize it as a voter. Yeah, we garden during the year. We have a little biodome in back, and we're planting, I just harvested artichokes off my artichoke plant. Yeah, he has been watching our show since 2012. And I planted some peppers out in front. We've got some poblano peppers growing. We've got parsley reseeding. I'm going to let the parsley plants reseed out. So what you're going to see in our show is because these people cannot in any way stop us, they're trying to discredit us in the worst ways. They're trying to go ahead and attack everything that Sarah and I are doing and make personal defamation of characters going on in our show. And so when you see people being purged, it's because they're trying to defame us.
Well, in some parts of our garden, yes. But in other parts, it's covered. Like David said, with biodome. So, if you grow things in a greenhouse, you can protect them from the chemtrails.
Whatever self-deprecating humor I use, it's only to get noticed. It really is. It's whatever humor you get out of the show, it really is because we've been completely shut down for the past 7 years. Media has censored us in every way.
I would say peppermint plants can grow like crazy, or spearmint. I have spearmint growing, and it's almost like a weed. It just grows so much.
We have a person in here who is not the Explorist, folks.
Wait, that is the Explorist.
What? No, yeah, that's not.
Yes, it is.
Why would he say such a thing?
I said he was saying that he was asking a hypothetical. If you were to be with someone and it wasn't your will to be with them, who would I be upset with? I said that other person.
Yeah, but I would be upset with me too. I mean, I would never want to succumb to desire like that. You've got to understand, I have essentially conquered the primordial urges that many men have. It's not that I'm asexual. It's that I don't allow that to lead my life and allow fantasy to take over. Many of you don't have that commitment. You don't have that. Yeah, and I appreciate that. You don't. Many of you kind of want to have a new relationship every few minutes. We are doing a 4th of July show, as long as it doesn't land on a Sunday.
pretty sure it's a Monday. No, it's a
Yeah, it's a Monday.
Monday.
Yeah, we will be doing that. It'll be a conspiracy 4th of July. Wow, you have 4-cent avocados where you live? Wow.
Yes.
49 cent? Yeah.
Ice. Yes, here, I've got the video for you.
There's a link to the solar ice power from 1937.
I think that's pretty cool.
Well, I want everyone to know that if you can't conquer your urges, I want you to know that you're going to ruin your life, because there's nothing more disturbing. We don't talk to shills like Alex Jones. Thank you. There's nothing more disturbing than having lack of trust in a relationship. So once you cheat on your wife or your girlfriend, or vice versa, your husband or your boyfriend, your relationship is almost over. You might as well move on. Just so you know. I mean, it's one way to destroy your life.
Oh yeah, if you cheat.
I don't purge people because I want to purge people. I purge people because I have to purge people. Anybody who comes in here and trying to demoralize us, do you see how weak I would look if I allowed people to say these things about me in the chat room? You could say Mother Nature made you to be a horny toad. It doesn't make any difference. You need to elevate to the level of humanity where you become above it. You transcend your sexual guttural needs. You don't let that rule your life.
Yeah,
No, I'm actually in favor of dissent, but you're calling me, you look weak. You see, that's demoralizing. You look weak. You're this, you're that. That's a demoralizing statement. I purge those statements. I welcome dissent. Feel free to dissent against anything I say. Absolutely. I'm not going to in any way take you out of the show because you disagree with me. I expect people to disagree with me. Hillary's running mate, according to Trump insiders. Okay. Is this a joke?
Yeah, that's a joke.
No, not half of this show. Most of these people are really supporting us. We are trying to allow guests to chat, but I'll shut guest chat up right now so Sarah doesn't have to listen to this crap, and I'll be back in just a bit.
All right.
Thanks.
Can I start over?
Yeah, absolutely.
There we go. All right, David will be back in just a bit. I was going to give him 6 minutes, and then if he didn't take his 6 minutes, I was going to leave. But now I'll stay until he comes back. So, yes, but he could walk out of the room when Congress is talking. Good evening, Beekman. Starting fresh, exactly. It's, no, he just decided that he didn't want me to have to endure the guests while he was gone. Oh, are you agitated, Beekman? Are you transferring? No, I'm just kidding. Maybe a little bit, I don't know. I can speak freely now. Thank you, Sheriff. I always speak freely. No, Carlos. Can't be Speaker of the House. Well, maybe, I should say maybe, Carlos, but the way that you become Speaker of the House is not dependent on the executive branch. It's more dependent on the legislative branch. So you need to run for House in order to be considered to be Speaker of the House. So you need to run for the House of Representatives. And you could run as an America's Third Party member. So you could say, Carlos Danger running for House of Representatives, and I represent America's Third Party. It's not getting too late, Beekman. David is still running for 2016, and all he needs is a little bit of media coverage. Speaker of the Zvon House? Ha 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 ha. Well, I think you would have to talk to Mark about that. Well, Beekman, it all depends on how much media coverage he gets and how many people get behind him, and the dates of certain signature petitions and collections and anything like that. And quite a few chlorine gas. Quite a few. I don't know what that means with Neil. Okay. Well, I think anything is possible within 6 months. Talk to me in October about it not being possible, but for now I'm going to say it's possible. Absolutely possible. Oh, you finally got it off around to reading Animal Farm. Reading Animal Farm is not as fun as dissecting Animal Farm. I mean, talking about it and getting together with people that are reading it and saying, yeah, it's all, you know, all the allegories and things like that, which was pretty cool. I just read a book. It took me one day. Budge, Not Buddy. And then I don't know if I'll read other books over the summer. I should probably. Whoa. Really, Dr. Meow? Your robot can be considered as a person? I wonder what the requirements would it be to have them be a person. If there's certain threshold it has to cross. Oh, thank you very much. Link below, okay. Or above, whatever the case may be. Now let me go over here and see if there's any actual streamers. Thank you, Conceived at Woodstock. You're voting for David. Let me see here. I have to refresh. I am logged in, so 21 hours ago. Where's the current one? Is he not streaming? He is streaming. Do I take out the C? It's just kind of weird. That's not it. So that streamed live yesterday. Where's my live streaming? Still have questions about streaming. There we are, I think. Yes, that's it. Am I not live? Set up encoding software. Okay. Chats. Any opinions on our result? If that hasn't been done, oh, your Brexit? I would say I'm neutral right now. David Sponheim wanted the Brexit. All about that. Okay. Alright, now I'm in chat. There. Okay. I can't say it because I'm not logged in. And then I wanted to do this other one. Actually, I'll just go here. I know David said I could do this, whatever. He said, here, you can do it over there. But at the time, he had control over the mouse, so I couldn't do it. All right, now I'm back to your chat. Oh, what's your puck
Please
thing?
choose a sponsored video. Your content will begin shortly.
Ustream membership, only $4 per month. I'm just going to go to chat. Alright. I'm not going to take it. I know it's from Rodney, so thank you. Yeah, you would try, Gordon, but it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Okay, I wonder if I can go here and make sure I mute this. Mute tab. Good. Love it. All right. Fantastic. No, that's funny. To be stuck in a refrigerator with a phone? That's bizarre. Oh, I don't think so. All right. David didn't fall in the fish pond. He'll be here shortly. Seriously? Worst bridesmaids ever? Bridesmaid pays her $10,500 wedding dress? Okay. Oh, the bride demands her bridesmaids pay for her wedding dress? Wow. Whoa. Wow. That's crazy. David did not fall in the fish pond. I know, it's very good. All right, so let's talk about the future of America. Fortunately, we're not part of the EU, so there won't be a US exit anytime soon, since we're not part of the European Union. Yay for that. The dollar's still trading strong, so that's a good thing. And, you know, we have an awesome country that we live in. I think it's pretty fantastic. Maybe I'm a bit partial because, of course, I live here and I was born here. But I think that we live in a pretty great country. And it kind of saddens me when people are like, make America great again. Like our country isn't already great. It actually is. And you know, the people that make it great are the people like you that are listening. I mean, I'm sure whoever you are, wherever you are, you make your own country great, even if you're listening overseas. And I think that's really good, is because it's the people that go out and work every day. Those are the people that make America great. 8 years of Obama has not been wonderful. No, I'm not going to say that. I started the show earlier, Chlorine Gas. Well, it was in the pre-show, and I was just saying, hey, Obama, is there something you want to tell us? It's okay. You can tell us now, because obviously, you know, you're not running for president again. There's not going to be a whole lot of repercussions. Just go ahead and tell us. And what I mean by that is he's had some allusions to, you know, the things that he might want to tell us. But, well, you know, he today created a gay national monument. That's what Obama did today. So I don't know if that was to celebrate the Brexit or if this is something he'd been planning on for some time. But, you know, he's the only president that has had gay, lesbian, transgender celebrations at the White House, parties at the White House. He definitely created some kind of colored lighting on the White House to celebrate the Supreme Court decision regarding gay marriage. I just wonder if there's something he'd like to tell us. You know, it's not a big deal. How do I correlate the two? Well, a lot of people have alluded to the fact that he might have not wanted to share his orientation. So, yeah, it might be Cholo. Some people definitely think that. He's definitely been an advocate for gay rights, I'll say that. Oh, don't worry. I can hear David in the other room. He's not in the fish pond. Yeah. Good point, Social Caster. Well, it doesn't make a difference to me, Carlos Danger. Seriously. So I don't know why he doesn't, you know, just reveal anything. Because what difference does it make? Is he afraid of rejection or something like that? I'm just, it's okay. See, I guess it did make some difference to many people that are voters, and some people that wouldn't want to vote for certain people of certain orientation. So it does make a difference to some people, and those people that voted, not necessarily for him, but just interesting. Advocating, nothing's necessarily wrong with that. I just wonder why so much advocation. Water. I'm just wondering why it is. I'm neither a Democrat or Republican. I don't like to be pigeonholed. I like to be in the middle. That's what I would say. A mom could face felony charges after punishing her sons because they committed robbery? Wow. Over how she chose to discipline her children? Okay. Oh. According to police documents, she struck her 13-year-old son with an electric cord. She said it was a belt. She's a single mother of 6. She was arrested and could be charged with 2 felony counts of child cruelty. She lost her job and custody of her kids. Wow. Thanks for the information. Oh, a Chrome bug makes it easy to download movies from Netflix and Amazon Prime. Interesting. I don't think that's going to happen to Obama, what happened to JFK. Oh, you're in Korea? Are you a U.S. citizen living abroad? I don't think I'm registered with a party, Cholo. Not that I'm aware of. You're talking about your social media feeds with people from your home. Okay, you're British. All right, thank you. Thank you, the Explorist. Alright, and I'm streaming youtube.com/live-dashboard. Okay. I'll see if that works. No. Trump is not a third-party candidate. Trump is running as a Republican. Well, that doesn't always happen, Super Dave, and usually a lot of them haven't been elected, but actually Abraham Lincoln was a third-party candidate because the Republican Party did not exist at the time. Before Abraham Lincoln. Oh. Oh, you're in North England, which is a Labour stronghold, and everyone voted for the Brexit there. I was wondering if a lot of people, how it worked out with either Labour or the business owners. It did seem like more like the business owners didn't want the Brexit. They wanted to remain part of it. You're part of the Labour Socialist Party. Okay. Yes, I know mathaids.com is a great site for any kind of worksheets, which is pretty good. You're North Lincolnshire and you voted for the Brexit too. You're welcome, Mad Dog. Hello, Liberty's Patriots. Yeah, and I think I guess I did agree with Brexit. I mean, I think that I believe in individualism and even states being individual as well, or nations being individual. Oh, Mad Dog, that's just bizarre. Okay. Hopefully it works for you. There's what's nice about it, doesn't it give you the answer keys as well? Oh, I disagree with that. I think I'm the right person at the right time. I guess I'm a little bit of a believer in fate, and I believe things happen for a reason, and I'm here for a reason, so. Yes, the hypotheticals did definitely get under David's skin. He almost banned you because he thought the real explorers wouldn't be saying this. So that's I'm glad I was in here and said, no, that really is the explorers. Otherwise you would have been accidentally banned. Wouldn't have been fun. Okay. There we go. Fantastic. What if there were no hypothetical situations? Well, just don't talk about personal issues or things like that, and that would be good. Gayness, personal issues, I guess that's okay. The children, I hope the children are doing well. Oh, you really, a second EU referendum proves popular? Huh. You like me as a replicant? I will just stay a replicant. I kind of thought it was a bit close to call. Wasn't it 51% to 49%? Did seem a little bit close. Why don't they could say, okay, all the people in southern England are going to stay in the EU, and all the people in northern England are going to split, and then and you have 6 months to move. That would be pretty good. So yeah, half the people are pretty upset. That's why David talks about supermajority of people being 2/3. So yeah. That's what he would believe in. 2/3 agreeing before he agrees with something. Oh, Ireland and Scotland most want to remain, and most of the islands too. They want to stay part of the EU? Okay, then reverse what I said earlier. And say, all right, Ireland, Scotland, and everybody in the north of England can stay part of the EU, and everybody in South England can be their own country. Then you have 6 months to move. Oh, yeah. I could see that happening, Salty Dog. Yeah, I could see Gibraltar wanting to be an Islamic republic. Oh, Scotland wants to leave the EU? Huh. I know. Well, yes, I've heard that saying quite a bit, Lone Patriot. This is a republic, not a democracy. We vote for people to represent us. That's what a republic is. Well, no, I would disagree with that. What happened last night is just not even 2/3. It's just a simple majority made a decision in EU. Whereas if you have 2/3 majority, that's quite a bit. 66%. Thank you, Mad Dog. I appreciate that. So whereas when you're talking about the Republic, you have one person making the decision for thousands of people. If you talk about the Republic, 536 people make the decisions for millions of people in the United States. 536 people make the federal decisions. That's it. Okay, if you want to add the Supreme Court, we can say 544. But 544 people versus, let's get 66% of people to agree. And you know what? I would say a detail that you might not look at is the amendments to the Constitution. And those talk about supermajorities happening. And if a supermajority happens, they can make an amendment to the Constitution. So those, which is guided by law, the law of the Constitution. I'm not talking about the Electoral College. Yes, my name is with an H. Thank you, SARAH. But I am talking about the Constitution insofar as one person says we live in a republic, and so a super majority is not the way we are. But I'm also talking about how the Constitution, you can change, the Constitution can be changed with amendments. And you say the Constitution does not grant rights. It confirms them. True. However, there are many things that are illegal federally that some people believe should be their right. For instance, marijuana consumption. Illegal on a federal level. Grows naturally. If you're someone that believes in God, it's God-given. Not that I ever want to smoke it or toke it or ingest it, but it's grows, and yet it's illegal on a federal level. Thanks to the 544 people that make those decisions. So, I would say I would say that we need to think about those things. And yes, it's not necessarily, I would rather have a supermajority saying things rather than having just 544 people telling me how I need to live my life because they think that they've decided. Now, I totally agree that there are certain rights, and I like the whole John Locke philosophy. I like the whole idea that there's certain things where the Constitution just confirms our rights. The reason that the Constitution confirms our rights, though? It was the whole Bill of Rights was created so that the legal people, the representatives, would not take away our rights. They wanted to make sure that those were confirmed because the representatives in our wonderful republic could easily decide that they're going to take those rights because they can.
Got a good call from a supporter who happens to be from Canada, who just talked about the water and how Nestle's is buying water, is getting water for free and selling it back to us.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And they're using control of the inside of our government to do it. They're trying to control our government to do it.
And what's crazy is Nestle and Coca-Cola, who are now, I believe, part of the same organization, are doing have the major water rights in Georgia, which is there's no waterways near Atlanta. It's the biggest city without any water near it, and the only reason it got so big was because of the railroads. And the major is soft drink companies down there, but they have it. They own water rights in Georgia. They also own water rights in Southern California, and in drought-plagued areas. Exactly, in drought-plagued areas, they're taking the water from like Arrowhead, and bottling it and selling it to the Southern California people. It's just so crazy. Thank you, Liberty's Patriot. And, I've seen that whole video about the whole Republican and democracy issue, but I'm just saying, I would rather sit down with some people and talk about things than just say, certain things are the way they are because they are the law. And you decided that I will represent you. Anyway, I definitely believe in having a conversation. You just left Avondale Mills when the crash happened? Graniteville, South Carolina train crash?
Oh, wow. Yeah, the chlorine crash. Yeah, that was horrible.
Wow.
We have a copy of that, I think.
You can call me whatever you want. I'm not offended. I don't think I believe in the law, too. I mean, the law is the law. I believe in people's personal right to free speech, even if I disagree with what they have to say. Like what happened with the church that protested the Marine burial sites. I mean, they do have freedom of speech. Thank you, Rod. All right. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I know. If there's no pictures, then it didn't happen. At least according to David. You can't disagree or you get persecuted for speaking your minds. Bye, Salty Dog. I knew eventually you'd leave on your own.
All right, thank you. Okay, I took care of a lot of stuff. Got the fish fed. And the whole pond is kind of strange. It's like the chemicals from the rain are changing the chemistry of the water in the pond. So we're concerned about the fact that Nestle took over the water rights of Lake Huron, forcing Flint, Michigan to draw water out of the river, which incidentally was polluted by Nestle in their bottle factory with all this lead. So Flint, Michigan was forced to take water out of a river, even though their water supply was Lake Huron, but now that's Nestle's water supply for their bottling water plant.
Oh.
And then recently, Nestle partnered up with Poland Springs and controlled the water rights in a small town in Maine for the next 45 years. And they claim they didn't have any special privilege in the government. 3 of the government officials recused themselves because they work at Nestle. So, getting cheap prices in California when everyone's cutting back, people having to take spritz showers, and Nestle just brings in 29 million gallons for $524.
Right, from the water supply that you could have tapped into.
Yeah.
If they didn't own it.
Nestle apparently is evil. And we got to get a handle on this. That's why Pure Water is at the center of our show almost every night, because we really believe it's the biggest problem facing humanity and America and the rest of the world. So we might as well get on the same page with Pure Water. I know, well, you're sitting on a major water resource with Lake Erie if we learn how to filter it right, because Lake Erie still has some pollution issues. But water clearly needs to be in overabundance in areas that need it, and we don't have that. California is running out of water. You can't live without it, I know.
They're having issues with fires down there too.
That's a natural byproduct of dehydration. So even the fires are related to this artificially engineered drought. From Healing Springs. Oh, that's cool. You only drink water from the Healing Springs of Barnwell County. God's Acre. That's cool, man. I love it when I see a spring bubbling out of the ground. That looks like a cesspool. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's just above the ground.
I know. It looks kind of cool. You know, it's got the pretty flowers, and you know, at first I thought it was a cesspool, but no. Anyway, thanks so much for giving me a break. I appreciate it. Yeah.
You're welcome.
All right.
I'll be back in an hour or so.
All right, take it
I
easy.
should usually come back at 8, but...
No, 8:30 is better for me. All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome. I don't know. I've never been to Castle Sponheim. The day after, 600 plus points down in the Dow. The world's economy is finally feeling the global contraction that should have come 5 or 6 years ago. Going very well, Liberty's Patriot. Getting word of mouth from all of you people has really helped me, and I appreciate all the people around the world who are talking about America's third party. This is the beginning of something big. A word of mouth campaign is the only way we're going to beat these rich people who they have no way of measuring how many people are talking about us behind closed doors. Seriously. They don't realize how big we're growing worldwide right now, and they are kind of shocked that we're reaching out to so many places simultaneously through word of mouth, and they can't stop it. It's great. They can control the media points, all the news networks that have censors controlling all the talking points that we're supposed to talk about. They can make constant discussions about transgenderism in front of your face and try to block real communication. But they can't do it on my show. I can hit the button and transgenderism no longer appears. We don't have to talk about transgenderism on our show. Yeah, when a kid in South Africa has to walk 5 miles for potable water and Nestle charges a premium, is that enough to tell us the world is... Well, the world needs more pure water. That's the point. And then we don't have the scarcity. You see, scarcity is why people have wars. Scarcity is why humanity eats each other alive. Not literally, but it could be. You never know. In Venezuela, there's talk of cannibalism right now, right when we're talking about. Venezuela is an artificially depressed economy due to the fact that they had a leader who had a very controversial viewpoint, a socialist viewpoint. And Hugo Chavez, for all we know, may have been killed with that intestinal virus that they give people to give intestinal cancer. He may have had one of his drinks tainted with this virus. They can cause cancer in people and make them die. You didn't know that? We need to talk about the mobile medical unit for all. This is what we're all about is really protecting your right to a better life. And one of the things I don't want to do is see all of you guys go broke financing your health care. So we have an idea which we think will be very good. Enough money is in the budget at the VA for the president, through executive order, to initiate a mobile medical unit system that would be providing immediate preventative and long-term and triage health care. A mobile medical unit like this one in Minnesota is what we have in mind. I'm talking about fillings for like $60 per filling, not the $200 that you get now. And a $60 charge would also qualify for a pull. But if you wanted a root canal, you'd be looking at about $700, $800. So if you want to save that, therein lies the baseline plus. If you really want to save that tooth, and it's an important tooth to you, and you're not willing to wear press-on veneers for $600, by then they'll be down to $200. Then you're probably looking at $700 to save the tooth, if it's a tooth you really need. If it's one in the back that you're like a molar or a wisdom tooth, yeah, pull it. $60. That would work, yeah. Well, there is no subsidized sliding scale because the government has Medicaid. Medicaid is for people that don't have any money. So it covers all the bases. And then you get the healthcare communities patting their pockets on Medicaid and Medicare. Just yesterday, $900 million was discovered in Medicare fraud, and the people, the perps, were prosecuted. They're being sent to jail. They're being charged with crimes. Oftentimes, the crimes for taking money from Medicare fraud are not really stiff. That's why a lot of the mob gets into that. One of the tactics the mob does is they become healthcare providers for oxygen, and they go to various people. You pay $350 a month for healthcare, Walton. Wow, that's half of the average in America at the high end. A lot of people aren't paying for healthcare at all. But the mob takes the numbers of the recipients and pretends to send them oxygen, and then bills the U.S. government. That's one of the scams. It's more money in that business than in dealing cocaine. And the penalties are like 1 year versus 10 years if you get caught dealing cocaine. So there's a lot of real serious criminals in the healthcare industry. I want everyone to know that that's a serious problem. It's one of the reasons why our budget is almost depleted every year. Well, I should say it is depleted because we're already $1 trillion in arrears every year. Well, you'd be able to go in there, and one of the side doors would have a dentist unit. We'd have another door with a different access. So you wouldn't be going around people with trauma care around you. It would be a separate side door. And you'd go into a simple dental office. It would be just like your dentist, except it's a one-stall dental office with one guy working frantically to pull teeth and to fill. And he's going to be making $160,000 a year. And his dental hygienist will be working in tandem with him. She'll be making $25 an hour. Serious, Sun Tzu, welcome. The Art of War. You can ask anybody to vote against it. It's a simple plan to get mobile medical units. It won't matter if you vote against it because your reps won't even have a choice. When I implement this plan through the VA, it's going to be available to anybody. VA for free, $30 copay for anybody who's non-VA. Right now, you're getting screwed, yeah. I get charged $60 for Novocaine. I had some dental work done recently that was it was great because they worked on one of my teeth that had a root canal, and in the process, I avoided the Novocaine. It was kind of nice. So I didn't have my mouth like it was kind of nice to go into the dentist and having that done. It is the art of deceit, yeah. The money comes from the back of this unit right here. We're going to be installing a generic medicine unit in the back, which it'll be a Pillomatic, ostensibly, with one person in attendance. He will operate the Pillomatic running in the back, and we'll be selling the medication that we actually prescribe. Anyone who wants to go to a private doctor to get non-generic can do that. You can still go to a drugstore. We'll write you a prescription from a telemedicine unit connected to a doctor. Wow, the world's top 400 are losing $127 billion on the Brexit. This is why they're so upset. The 400 richest people lose $127 billion. Here's a chart. Look at that. It's a chart. Global equity markets reeled from the news that British voters elected to leave the European Union. The billionaires lost 3.2% of their total net worth. Yay! Bringing the sum to 3.9 trillion, according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. That's how much money was lost. Good. Well, that's the correction we were waiting for. Anyway, back to the chat. I said Marianne last night, Mad Dog. No, I'm not into that, Sun Tzu. The money to implement the plan comes from the VA Superfund. The VA Superfund right now has about, well, I don't know exactly what's left, but it had $135 billion in 2007. So we'll be tapping into whatever's remaining there. It's a pretty simple plan. We'll be able to put out 200 units, $5 million a piece for the mobile medical units. $5 million per unit will give us the portable ultrasound, portable x-ray, all the necessary pharmaceutical equipment that will be able to disperse and dispense quality medication at a fair price. And let's not forget the most important part. We will be selling retail medical marijuana out of the back of the units. So every single VA will be populated by people just going in and out of the back, buying some marijuana because it'll be readily available and it'll be doled out through the back. Or any other retail provider in your area, because I will be legalizing marijuana. Flat out. All right, sold. We got a winner. Somebody likes it. I'm not the only one. Yes, recreational, not just medical, but recreational will be available too. That's how we're going to pay for this. I'm in favor of legalizing all recreational marijuana. No longer should we require a pharmacy prescription. That's ridiculous. It isn't working in, thank you. It isn't working in Washington. They're getting rid of all their medical marijuana supply houses. And they're going to be recreational use only here in Washington, which is a good example of, how a state is handling. And I'm surprised the retail suppliers of marijuana are doing okay, but the volume is enough for them to make a little bit of money on every gram. Even though the state of Washington is grabbing nearly 50 to 70% of the cost of that marijuana. That's how much taxes have taken over. That's a serious, serious problem. Nope, the MMU plan is an incredible solution, and what's better is it's a bypass to the existing healthcare crisis, which is rising prices for the low end of America. The low end doesn't pay anything, so it pushes the cost down to the average taxpayer in America, or just the average person. Now, as you probably know, I'm probably going to be eliminating Hawaii from the list of states when I become president. I'm going to lobby for selling Hawaii to Japan. And here Hawaii is trying to implement a database of FBI database of gun owners, which is exactly what I don't want. I don't want registration of firearm owners in America. No registration whatsoever. Another reason to get rid of Hawaii as a state. Sell it. We can pay back our debt to Japan by selling them Hawaii. I think it's a brilliant idea, personally. I think the Japanese government will love it. We'll, of course, have other arrangements for Japan, but yeah, I want to acquire Puerto Rico as the 50th state. I'm done with Hawaii. They betrayed us when they lied about Barack Obama's birth certificate. And we don't need a state that's that far away. That Puerto Rico is actually more geographically desirable for us. And by making Puerto Rico a state and maintaining all the same amount of money that they currently get for subsidizing their economy, but also make sure we get accountability from their banks. Because in Puerto Rico, the banks are like a piggy bank for the rich. They avoid taxes by sending their money to Puerto Rico. So there's a lot of reasons why we need to change and look at Puerto Rico, being it is bankrupt, as a restructured government. Thank you, username. Now, this is not Donald Trump's idea. When he was asked about Puerto Rico recently, he didn't want to do anything. He didn't want to bail him out. He didn't want to do anything. Which shows me that he's absolutely useless when it comes to a modern mindset for this country. Now, if we can't lose a state, that means that America can't recognize its wrongs. Hawaii will be my decision to change. We will still have our base there in Honolulu. We will never give that up. But working with Japan to give them an extra area landmass that they can call a destination. Plus, most of the Hawaiian property is owned by Japan right now. And I want to tell the Hawaiian people that we will give you one of the islands. So the Hawaiian people will actually take on Molokai. Molokai will be given to the Hawaiian people as a safe refuge for all of the people that want to live there. Molokai is no longer used as a potential for lepers. There's no lepers living there anymore. So it's a place that they could actually call their own. So that would be like a reserved state park island just for the Hawaiian people. America will say no, and that's fine, but I'm going to pitch them on the idea because our debt with Japan is large enough. If we had a little leeway with our debt, our interest rates drop with the World Bank, and we instantly buy a little time. Big time. Not a little time, a big amount of time. At least a couple years we'll need to retool and address the bigger debt, which is the debt to the Belgium and Chinese people as well, combined. The Belgium ownership, or the City of London, aka the Belgium ownership, has a significant stake in our national debt. And that has to be resolved, as well as the Chinese debt. Hey, I'm not saying I don't like Hawaii, I just don't really care about their votes right now. If they want to vote against me, that's fine. I'm willing to say whatever it takes at this point to help save this economy. And if you don't realize how deep in debt we are, let me tell you what our country's been doing over the past 7 years that Obama's been president. We've overspent $1 trillion every single year. We're $8 trillion over beyond what we would have been in debt if Obama had never appeared on the surface of the earth. Okay? Thank you. Okay, tell me, what do you not like about Hawaii? The fact that they violated our national constitution when they produced a fake birth certificate, and Loretta Fuddy authorized the release of Barack Obama's fake birth certificate. What about that fits into your idea of working with a government like ours, when they've already allowed a president to openly commit fraud against the U.S. people? What do you expect me to do? Stand there and accept Hawaii's apology? They've got a lot of answering to do over there. Loretta Fuddy, she doesn't answer to anybody because she's dead. And she was doing fine in the waters off Malachi when her plane went down. And many others in the plane all were doing fine, and all of a sudden Loretta Fuddy's drowned. She was even on the video showing, "Oh, I'm okay, I've got my little thing here." And she's floating around, and then she's dead. Well, it turned out Loretta Fuddy had $100,000 more in her bank account that was not accounted for. Loretta Fuddy was put in the scene because she was part of a cult that Barack Obama and his mother, Stanley Ann Dunham, were involved in Indonesia. Loretta Fuddy was an actual cult member. Seriously. And she was considered a helper. She was called in to do this dirty deed, done dirt cheap. They drowned a woman? That's not something you want to admit. Yeah, not in the chat room. Do you want to be accused of being a murderer? Do you want the FBI to investigate you? I sure hope you're aware of these statements you're making, because I don't really want to purge that. All right. Thanks for watching, the people in Hawaii. I don't want to sell your state. I really don't. I want you to just realize that you got some corruption in Hawaii that is serious. I'm throwing this idea out there almost for shock effect. At least 18 people in West Germany flooding. In West Virginia flooding. 500 people are trapped. Weather's going bonkers. 111 in LA last week? What's going on? So I want to remind everybody that Hillary and Donald do not support legalization of marijuana. Another reason to write my name in this upcoming election. "20 emergencies declared in 2 states due to flooding." Wow. Over a dozen are dead after massive flooding in West Virginia. Let's go to Danielle Banks from WTZZ News. No, actually, I don't know who's coming into the show here. All right, well, maybe we'll get that later. Look what they've done to our chat show. Look what they've done to the show. I have a lot of power, What kind of power do I have? I'm just a simple man like you, trying to fight out, get the message out through massive censorship against us. I do have a lot of political power, I know. And it's growing day by day, and I appreciate that. Well, I will use the political power that I'm building wisely for the American people. And you realize that, of course, I'm taking huge risks running for president. I'm sure a lot of you people realize that. I was in favor of the Brexit for the past 6 months, Mad Dog. Where have you been? Yeah, I've been saying yes to the Brexit. I mean, seriously, you've heard me say that Brexit had to go forward for us to break the back of the New World Order. Sun Tzu, please. Guests have been crazy tonight. Well, let's give guest chat another try. I know a lot of people want to get in. And you know, some people are watching this show from around the world and they don't know what to do. They don't know how to get in. Well, you keep hitting the refresh button. Or you go to our flagship site at americasthirdparty.com. And then you can try to get in that way. I'm not David Caruso, in case you're wondering. But I do have sunglasses like those. Brexit is nice for UK. Yeah, I think so too. I think Brexit needs this time to find its own grounding. The economy of England is strong, and the people of England are even stronger. And if I were running for Prime Minister, the English people would probably automatically say that they don't want more immigration. They really have reached the point where, and even the people from other countries are probably saying that, who second, third generation immigrants into England are probably saying that. So there's a good reason to kind of slow the immigration process down now. There never should have been open immigration, but the cat's out of the bag. Thanks, Perfectios. Sane, centered, relatively positive person in the midst of less than a civilized world people online. Thank you very much. David, do you think there are going to be riots in the UK? At this point, yes. Eventually there will be. The economic after effects of this will be felt for months. But the good thing is, it's becoming to discover a more realistic, sustainable economy. Extending credit like the EU's been doing every single quarter is not working, folks. Psst. Got a wake-up call here. You can't keep giving credit out to people like wealthy capitalists that continually hold and hoard that money. See, as the value of the dollar or the pound declines, wealthy people get more greedy. So now with nearly, 400 of the wealthiest families are affected by this contraction. It's significant contraction. We're seeing a major shift, and they're going to want more money now. This is their natural proclivity. This is what people do when they're greedy. So they're going to try to do a money grab, and this is a cycle. But they become more evident. The people who are holding on to the money become more evident, and they begin to fall as a result of their mistakes. We need a capitalist economy to actually clean itself, purge itself. And it's not doing that when you support the too big to fail companies. The one percenters keep getting their kickbacks. It's never going to correct itself. So capitalism has to do its job right now. And that's what the Brexit is. It's capitalism. You can't keep funding the socialist states like Francois Hollande is trying to do. It's impossible. You keep depleting the taxes from the working class to pay for the non-working class. There's no looping of capital. Hey, thank you. Guest 83. It's hanging great. I never set up the referendum. Yeah, it's not my choice. Well, yeah, the Brexit was allowed to happen. I'm sure the powerful elitists probably would have been able to put the brakes on the vote and changed it if they really, really wanted to control the outcome. Okay, let's start with part 1, 629. What's your first question? We've taken a hit financially, personally, and you have? Personally, really? Okay. Well, I know that England was going to be left as the next Germany to rest on the back of the European Central Bank. And they were going to be leaned against, and that would have been a big problem for England. And they couldn't possibly. They were smart never to acquire the EU, the euro. I'm ready. Go ahead. I am being censored. That's correct. It's wreaking havoc in global... No, the havoc you're seeing is the contraction that the world needs right now. Stock market goes down 600. The stock market needs to contract to 7,000. I've been saying that for the past 8 years. Ever since I started my countdown to economic collapse, I've been talking about that. I'm unwilling to call into Opie and Jim at 3:30 in the morning. Yeah, I told you can do a call right now. Operators are standing by and tape it online. We've got a good enough feed coming through the Vaughn network to record the broadcast. Doesn't matter. I don't need to be the bane of humor on the Opie and whatever show. I understand what your motive is, and it's not exactly a good motive. In fact, I can't even wait to ignore your call. Yeah, I'm just dying to... Frankly, I'm looking for CBS, NBC, ABC, Fox, CNN to interview me. I'm not going to expect to wake up at 3:30 in the morning and do an interview with Opie. Who do you think you're talking to? You're not planning on censoring me. You're planning on ridiculing me on your show. And I know exactly why you're doing this, because I've already pre-thought this whole thing. You're out of here. Seriously, guys, we've had an incredibly bad experience with some of these talk show hosts on radio networks. It's unbelievable. It's not even worth. They don't have the right to even interview me. They haven't paid the dues that we've paid for 7 years. I got his follow-up question. Okay, any other questions? Good. Cool. Good night. 983. Take care. Good night. Sleep well. Sir, I'm a person who accepts bad criticism and makes the most of it. I can tell when somebody's trying to set me up for a bad interview. I've had about 15 bad interviews like that. The last thing I need right now is another bad interview. I wouldn't consider Opie national publicity, especially when they want to ridicule me. Let me tell you something. You guys pen your questions in detail to me in an email at americasthirdparty@gmail.com, and feel free to send that email to me, and I will field your questions, but they better be pre-written. Thank you. And if you deviate from the question line, I won't take your call. Next. And I would never ask people to do pre-written questions for a debate. I would never ask a press conference for pre-written questions. What I need right now is good quality journalism, not a bunch of hacks who sit around and masturbate during their show. But I don't know if they're doing that because there's no hidden cameras in their studio. I'm sure your flux capacitor is having problems. I'm asking you to call me. Look, if you really want an interview, you can call me at any time, 707, your ATP, during our show. Sarah made it very clear to you. I'm not waking up at 3:30 in the morning to talk to some guy who's clearly going to try to ridicule our show. You have a Yeti hair? Nobody called me from Opie and Jim. No, there's somebody who's just using that as a troll technique tonight. I will win. Yes, thank you for the vote of confidence, 729. I appreciate that. Yes, leaving the EU is a good thing, guest 894. Absolutely. Oh, well, Trump is trying to profit from this financial chaos. Trump is trying to save his proverbial economic ass. He was fired from the Mark Burnett show called Celebrity Apprentice, where Trump didn't have enough money to buy the name Celebrity Apprentice. So he couldn't possibly make any money on Celebrity Apprentice in the future. So he had to move on to another job. So he wants to be celebrity president. Yeah. It better be on the show. You mentioned last night they asked you to call in. Yeah, I know. I said they asked me to call in. I'm not calling in. I told you that. It's 3:30 in the morning. I'm not going to wake up to call into the Opie show. Get your story straight. No, I'm never going to make a single penny on marijuana in my life. I've never gotten involved in marijuana production. I'm not like Gary Johnson who wants to profit. I'm not a greedy pig. I don't want to make money on pharmaceuticals, marijuana, and prescriptions, the whole scumbag medical marijuana industry, which is run by the mob, by the way. But recreational marijuana will give everybody in America the chance to grow it in their basement. Their kid who's sitting at home going, Dad, I don't know what to do in my life. Well, son, now that David Sponheim has legalized marijuana, you can start growing some seeds in the backyard. Really? And instantly your kid will be energized with all kinds of fun things. It's like, wow. He'll be out there every day pulling the weeds and tending to the crop. And then you'll realize you'll be making money, and Junior will be making you money. And together you'll have a home-based marijuana growing operation. The only thing you'll have to do is pay 15% tax when you sell it. If you don't sell it and use it yourselves or give it away to your friends, you won't have to pay a tax on it. It's a very simple plan, but it will go viral and it will grow across the landscape. And the American people will start to make money again. You see, we've got a stagnant economy, and it's not getting any better with the two-party no-brain solutions. There are no solutions coming out of it. Would you like to do a Gilligan Island show? That was fun last night. We were so incredibly, almost, it was a cathartic feeling to know that the New World Order is getting their wings clipped right now, that we were just watching Gilligan's Island last night in repeat. It's great. You have dibs on Marianne? Okay. Well, the idea is to get everybody, going in a direction that'll help everybody at the local level not only make money, but make medicinal marijuana, which will help families with kids with epilepsy, possibly ADHD might have a benefit. I don't know, as long as they don't smoke it. You see, if you smoke marijuana, it's psychoactive. If you juice it, it has medicinal qualities that prevent seizures in kids. I would never want someone on marijuana while operating machinery or driving a vehicle. The same laws apply as they do alcohol. Well, sit right back in the theater, my stand, the tail of a pig. Well, I'm not Gilligan at all. No, I'm a much more, I guess, intellectual person. Gilligan appears to be an absolute idiot. So calling me Gilligan is not exactly a good, appropriate term. Juice it! Yes, I said juice it. That's right. You could probably juice it in a state that allows it, like Colorado. There's a whole group, the Leaf movement. There's a movie called Leaf. We play it on our show. We'll play it tonight. It's all about making juice out of the leaves. And wow, it really works. Juice it. Juice it. We've got all kinds of great videos about marijuana on our show because I want to legalize it. I really believe it's a central issue that we have to focus on, because 58% of the country wants to legalize marijuana. That alone will win an election. And if you've got people in your family that, like grandma, suffering from glaucoma,
some good shit.
Yeah, anyway, grandma's going to be pretty happy, and you will be, you'll be happy because grandma will be happy. And you'll be able to get your fix of whatever you're getting, which is perfectly legal in states like California now, to get medical marijuana. And coming up in the election, you may see California go to recreational too, which I think will happen. The monarchy commented on their response yesterday. We heard from Jacob Rothschild, and I read verbatim on our show. If you want to check yesterday's show in the archive, I read verbatim what Jacob Rothschild said. He's already said what he felt was the right thing. Yes, Jacob Rothschild. Yeah, I'm not a spokesman for this guy, so... But they've come out very, very angry that the Brexit could possibly happen. And apparently he is not in the search engine. Wow. I'll have to check my history. Dang. I look like a kid. What's your secret? I'm getting younger. Yeah, the miracle of antioxidants have really kind of amazed me over the years. I've just increased the number of antioxidants in my body, and I'm eating superfoods too. I try to limit my intake of beef byproducts, and I don't do GMO foods. I want all of you to know that you got to avoid GMOs now because of the dangers. The dangers of GMOs. A study that was done over a year ago now, legitimate study that Monsanto tried to discredit. Well, it just won in international court in Paris a defamation case against Monsanto. And that story is that GMOs cause cancer in lab animals that are 4 months along. You see, Monsanto just had tested rats 3 months into their life. At the 4-month level, they start producing tumors. At the 24-month level, they die. You have no idea what ebonics are? I don't either. I've never really I heard it's related to something African Americans speak according to a certain wording. I don't know. It's a subcultural thing. Well, if you're 4 months old as a rat, that means you're 40 years old as a human. So you may be fine at 30 going, oh yeah, I could totally, just pound down some cornflakes, dude. But then you might realize that epicite is in your body. And epicite is coming out of a genetically modified product, which is considered, it sterilizes you. So you won't be able to have kids, possibly. This is a serious problem. And if you don't believe me, maybe you'll believe this.
For one example of many, in 2001, a small California biotech company called Epicite patented a product, patented a gene, which causes both men and women who eat it, in the form of any product, to produce antibodies to sperm. If the men eat the Epicite gene, they produce antibodies to their own sperm, rendering them irreversibly sterile. If women eat the Epicite gene, when they have intercourse, their bodies produce antibodies to the sperm that has been deposited, and they become infertile through the destruction of the sperm. Now, DuPont and Monsanto formed a joint venture, purchased the Epicite firm, and, quote, commercialized the Epicite gene. Do you want to know if the food that you're eating contains the Epicite gene? Sure you do. How about the food that your children are eating, or your grandchildren? Sure you do. But the FDA, the Fraud and Death Administration, has made sure that under current laws, it is illegal for you to have that information.
Thank you. Whew. That was very enlightening, wasn't it? Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. Yeah. He's even said he's Bill Hicks on his show. Everyone knows that Alex Jones, the original Alex Jones, was disposed of or killed. I can't even believe you continually deny that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. They are the same person. Bill Hicks died of a very rare pancreatic disease that never affects anyone 34 years old. There's like a 0.5%, less than 0.5% chance of someone getting pancreatic cancer at 34. I mean, people have gotten it in their 50s. Michael Landon, classic example, but for someone who believes that he's not Bill Hicks, is absurd. I have a video that I'll play later tonight that will show you conclusively that Bill Hicks is Alex Jones. Let me show you just a quick clip of Alex Jones admitting he is Bill Hicks.
Are you rolling? You ready for this?
I'm ready. All right.
I can't believe it's come to this, but I've been doing this so long, it's hard to give up on the character and go back to who I really was. You got me, okay? Are you happy now? You bastards? Yes, I am Bill Hicks. You bastards? Yes, I am Bill Hicks. You bastards? Yes, I am Bill Hicks.
I think we've heard enough. What do you think? All right, good. Welcome to the show, everybody. I'm glad we're all processing things in a different way. Because if we all looked at the world the same way, it would be kind of boring. But many of you who are questioning almost everything you're seeing right now, even this Orlando shooting, which, by the way, is probably just a list of people who died of AIDS in Orlando over the past 2 months. The number of people dying of AIDS in the Southeast America is alarming. Pulling up 50 people or 49 people from an AIDS list would take all of a second. And putting it on the cover of Time would take, 5 or 6 seconds. So it's really easy to engineer some BS story about people dying. And I can tell you this, that if our country continues to have an unbelievable lie after lie after lie by its government, as president, either way, I will force the media to be accountable. We will have a media verification alliance formed in America. There will actually be paid people working through our government to bring forth credible information to back up the death and autopsy results of 49 people. You don't have any pictures of dead people. You have nothing. I don't think anybody really knows how to do this as best as I do, but I don't have an actual homophobic conspiracy. No. I really believe that the young men that were on the death of Time magazine profiled their names. I believe that they were AIDS victims in the Orlando area over the past maybe month or so, and most of them don't have family members. Why is it we haven't interviewed one single family, except for that one fake family that is obviously lying about everybody? Why is it we only had one open casket funeral, yet the media said many people had open casket funerals? Why is it we have no photos of anybody being treated at the hospital in Orlando? Why is it Orlando's hospital had to sign a confidentiality agreement with the U.S. government? They won't reveal any information on any of the supposed critically ill patients. You can't tell when you've been lied to? Are you people that dense and naive that you believe everything you're told in the media? Are you that fooled by the propaganda machine that's been created around you since you were a little kid? You need to step out of that paradigm. You need to transcend it and realize what's best for you. I'm the person who's going to represent the American people. Nobody out there is going to be able to stand up for the American people. I assure you, the Trumpster is not an average American. He can't relate to your life. I can. You know, Sarah and I have traveled around the country many times. I've traveled around the country 50 times, 50 trips across the country. And I can tell you that I've felt America up close and personal. I've gone to small towns across this nation and shopped in local markets and know how difficult it is to get a good deal on a slab of bacon. You know, when you can find bacon for less than $5 a pound, it's a pretty good deal. And I look for deals like $2.99 a pound. I'll buy bacon. Even at $1.99, I'll buy bacon, especially if it's good quality bacon. But I doubt Donald Trump ever even shopped for bacon. He's probably more like some of his Zionist supporters, like AIPAC, that don't eat bacon. And by the way, I still think bacon is good for you. No, I'm making sense. Yeah. Bring home the bacon. We're not in any way gay here, buddy. Your gaydar is all screwed up. You probably voted for Barack Obama. Yeah, AIPAC has made a big, huge move by supporting Donald Trump. And when he read that teleprompter and said whatever they wanted to hear, he became a pure and 100% Zionist. And our country cannot stand Zionism anymore. And even his voters, the voting base of Donald Trump, 14% of them dropped off when he started doing that, siding with Zionism. He thought it was gun control. He thought that his gun rights position was wrong, so he started talking like he was going to, push for gun control. And he's blowing off another sector of his voters. And more people are coming into the middle of the political spectrum and talking about a brand new party. And we've been here for 7 years without any mainstream media attention. I'm not gay at all. And many of you who have no clue as to what gay is don't even understand what a gay man is. When Barack Obama makes himself an amazing statue to gayness, and it doesn't even get into the mainstream media. Just yesterday, Barack Obama put out a massive gayness statue. Let me take a picture of it here. Neither Sarah nor I are bigoted in any way. We're both integrationists. The show started when you were born. Yeah. When your mom started saying, "Oh, what a cute little baby." What's wrong with him? That's when the show started, buddy. You just couldn't figure it out at that age. Trump made $300 million last year. You're right. He doesn't know what he's doing, Bob. Fact is, he borrowed that money. Yeah, he's a borrower. He's a borrower and a beggar. And he's made all his money on the backs of 4 corporations that defaulted. You know what that means, Bob? Oh, I'm sorry. I banned you. Oh, well. I already secured the LGBTQ and O vote. You're telling me that Sarah didn't switch me over from News and Tech? Are you serious? I mean, really? Wow. Okay, well, we're going to move over anyway. We got to move on. We got to move forward. Yeah, she opened up the wrong browser. That's part of the reason. No, I'm in People. That's part of the reason. No, I'm in People. You're just messing with me. Okay. Now, as you know, when you watch the chat, you're going to see me purging and basically banning people that are of no value in the show because all they do is ask ridiculous questions. Thanks, NYPD. We're in the People section. Nothing to worry about. But the reality is, this is an ongoing process of revealing the truth to the American people. No, it's nothing like T. Rucker, whoever that is. We don't solicit for funding. We know that if you want to make a donation, you can go to americasthirdparty.com and click the donate button, but we're not relying on that. But if you are wondering where we are on the internet, this is our home site, americasthirdparty.com. You can check it out. We also have americanthirdparty.com. And we are at Third Party when it comes to Twitter. Not in my neck, Bagan. I don't have a homosexual past. I've never been in a homosexual relationship. I've never involved myself with anyone who is of the same sex. I find it rather disturbing that all of you bi-curious homophobes come in here trying to assume that you can convert me or something. It's bizarre. It's like the male hormones are running wild among your hot dog eating population of beef byproduct consumers. You're getting hormones from the cattle or something. See that over there, son? It was once America. But now it's just a bunch of pussies afraid to hurt each other's feelings. That's great. Consider this to be, your first introduction to a third party, because I don't take no for an answer, and I don't take anything lightly. I take everything seriously. I have a great sense of humor, though. Beekman, coming from you, that's pathetic. I'm going to mute you for a while. You haven't learned your lesson, Beekman. I thought the Pavlovian technique I was using to kind of draw you away from hateful statements. Well, you're not hurting my feelings. It's just that I don't think it's appropriate to call straight men homosexuals. I know, it's pretty obvious, DT Laura, that many people are very attracted to me and can't control themselves. They're wondering, wow, why does this guy exude such incredible sexual stamina? I'm a person who's built like a stallion, but I don't make a big point of using my body part to womanize and continue to philander like Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. So I'm a person you can rely on, will be a monogamous person. In fact, I doubt I'll even have sex in the White House. I've told Sarah that. I said, highly unlikely, not with all the cameras. You guys are absolutely insane, really. Well, it's funny that you should laugh, because I'm not just funny, I'm hilarious. I am built like a human stallion with 185 IQ, but more like a Clydesdale stallion. Big, powerful, dangerous, and ready for a replication. But I'm not interested in sex. You see, I am a person who's somehow been able to elevate above that deep lascivious urge that dwells in your loins. I've been able to somehow redivert my attention to more important things, ethereal things, intellectual things. My brain has a very small area dedicated to sex. Most of my intelligence is pouring out in all different directions to solve problems, not to hit on women, which is something that any man would do if they were just like a horn dog, like Bill Clinton or Donald Trump. I'm the next president of the United States. That's who I am. And I'm not a lunatic. So get your head out of your ass and flush it down the toilet. Michelle is Michael. That's right. I have no gay lovers. If there are pictures of people that Photoshop me into... I can't tell you what people are doing in their bedroom at night. No, I'm better looking than David Letterman by about 3 or 4 points. And there's nothing cheap about me. I'm unbuyable. Well, I'm going to say that I've dedicated about as much to sex in my brain as my body part's weight. You know, my 1% weight of my body part. That would put my body part at about 20 pounds for 10%, 2 pounds for 1%. So my body part is not that significant. It's only a couple pounds. There are no pictures of me with gay lovers because they would be photoshopped in. Look at the pictures. They're all photoshopped. Brexit is not part of the New World Order. No, they didn't plan on this. It came as a shock. Jacob Rothschild, I read his open letter yesterday. He absolutely did not want the Brexit to go forward. $5 on a nice dinner I made for all of you. You can check it out at my YouTube site. It's uploaded and ready to go. You can check out, I made this in like 5 or 10 minutes. YouTube.com/David John Sponheim. I wish a lot of you would just accept the fact that I am brilliant and would move on and get behind this campaign. It would be much better if I was able to do the show with your support. Thank you. I'm glad you like my shows. Check them out. They're good. And they're natural. You know, everything about me is a la natural. And I'm not gay, and I hate to get your hopes up, a lot of you homophobic, bi-curious, suppressed weirdos, but you can't convert heterosexuals to homosexuality. It doesn't work. You know, I could satisfy more than one woman simultaneously, but I don't want to. I would never break trust with Sarah. I want a monogamous relationship. I just would never do that. It's not in my being. I'm hardwired for monogamy. We'd like to purge the gay landos. I'd like to take Guest Chat down if they would just behave. I don't believe the Rothschilds. All I can say is they really didn't expect this. This is not a wig. This is my actual hair. Believe it or not, when you shampoo your hair and you wash it, it's beautiful. It's as beautiful as it was when I was a kid. It's my real hair, man. You can feel me pulling on it. Every follicle is tied to my head. It's you. Who are you? It's me, Dave. Well, who are you? Well, basically, I wouldn't stack the ladies, but, you know, I'm perfectly capable of performing, you know, but why would I? You know, I'm not like the kind of stallion that would go running around with various other heifers, you know. They're not plugs. They're real hair. God, what is wrong with you people? Don't you realize and recognize the natural beauty when you see one? Man who says he escaped Auschwitz makes stunning admission. A man who says he escaped Auschwitz is still alive? Okay, what's his admission? 8836. Oh my God, Ralph Stanley died? Oh no. Who's Ralph Stanley? David Cameron is set to resign as the markets tumble. I'm looking it up right now. Ralph Stanley, bluegrass music legend, dies at 89. He's a famous bluegrass musician. His early days, and let me read it off of here. I can pretend like I know what I'm talking about. Hold on. There we go. As soon as it pops up on the screen, I'll be able to tell you all about it. No, if you commit oral sex in Michigan, you can be arrested and spend 15 years in jail. Here he is, Ralph Stanley, bluegrass music legend, dies at 89. In this March 11, 2011 file photo, Ralph Stanley poses for a photo backstage of the Grand Ole Opry House in Nashville, Tennessee. He died Thursday at the age of 89. Patriarch of Appalachian music, who with his brother Carter helped expand and popularize the genre that became known as bluegrass. A lot of people support the bluegrass movement. We have a lot of supporters. Sarah is a bluegrass and rockabilly supporter. She loves rockabilly and bluegrass. I'm a little less rockabilly, more ska. I like new country. I really like Taylor Swift's work. I think she's an Illuminati puppet, I think that is a big problem. But beyond that, she's a really great country singer. Don't stop, because we won't stop. When you say don't stop, do you mean don't stop or don't stop? Like if somebody was hitting on you and you're like, don't stop, would that mean don't stop? It's kind of confusing. We have a chinchilla riding through Queen Elizabeth's head. It's the roulette wheel of the rich. They never know when they're going to lose their money, and they lost a significant amount, $137 billion lost in just one day, with the Brexit collapsing from underneath the power elite at the New World Order. Their little scheme of poisoning the air and killing off our environment and profiting from water rights and controlling medias and controlling elections is about ready to be wrapped up as I ascend to the presidency in 2016. Get ready for Dave. Well, Brexit is economic collapse, and it is the story that I was predicting would have happened 4 years ago. But I never expected them to keep borrowing at a rapid rate. Now the rate of descent, how's that can affect us, Dave? It won't affect you, Dupster. You'll still be, shopping for good deals on shrimp and making yourself a big, huge, beautiful fettuccine shrimp dish. It won't affect you, man. You and I, we're not affected. We can live on rice and beans and be happy. It won't bother you, man. This economic collapse, it may affect the sale of your vehicles, but if you use your money wisely right now and stock up and get that outdoor tent with that wood stove you want to put in it for the winter, you and your family can bug out. But rich people, they're so frightened of losing money that they don't even know what to do. They're probably crapping in their Depends underwear right now as I'm speaking. I'll bet there's a lot of rich people going, "Could you change my Depends, please? Hurry, I've got the runs." Something like that. They're losing money left and right. They don't like to lose money. They don't like to lose. These people want money. They're greedy. All right. The true rich are very greedy. Oh, yeah. It's more of a point of pride. They want to control everything. I don't hate rich people or gay sex. I think you people who are rich and having sex with each other, it's between you and your maker. I'm not involved in that decision. If you want to burn in hell, that is your choice. I'm not retarded. I'm actually a genius. And you sir, are banned or muted. Well, the dollar collapse is a minor part of this scenario. We're building a mixed economy that's very robust, and our service economy will continue to profit well into the future. America is also sitting on $40 trillion in gold at the World Bank. The World Bank's not going to give it to us, so we're going to go ahead and take it. When I become president, there will be an action against the World Bank, and we will get our money back one way or another. Nobody takes money from Dave, okay? Say hello to my little friend. Are you $5,000? No way. We really believe that you're not going to be able to screw Tony. Don't ever screw me, Tony. No, Mr. Sosa, I'll never screw you, man. Don't ever screw me. But they are basically hosing the American people down. They did it with the fractional reserve banking system, pushing the Federal Reserve in 1913. They pushed a plan to create, they kept pushing an American bank. First Bank of America, Second Bank of America. They finally settled in the Federal Reserve. Yeah, your daddy funny, yo. Well, whatever you say is funny, man. We'll do you a show, okay? I only watched Hee Haw when he was in the left room. When he was, oh yeah. I didn't really like Roy Clark in that. No, I've never been hosed. First Bowie and now the Brexit. We're on a run here, folks. Bowie dies and then the Brexit. You see the connection? No, Sarah's voting for me. She's writing my name in. I'm writing my name in. We're writing our name in. My name in. Well, if you don't want to get with the program, just be like what all the New World Order scumbag rich people think. You're basically the unclean masses, the useless eaters. And if you continue to vote like a Democrat or Republican, you're exactly what they say you are. To be used like fodder, like a pawn in a chess match. Please, Beekman, you were muted for 15 minutes, now you come back with that? That's your way of saying welcome. Following a delusional man is a mistake? I agree. That's why you've been muted. I'm not delusional. I'm simply a person running for president against all odds. You don't get that. I would never sleep overnight in front of a news station. I would never kiss their ring of power. Look, at ABC affiliates came to my front door and talked to me. And they refused to play any of that loop. Hey, what's up, Chaotix? How you doing, man? Yeah, they refuse to play the loop of be talking 30 minutes about issues. And they won't even bring back the video. It's gone. They won't even respond to my emails. Hey there, Chaotic. What's going on? Well, Coco Pelli, people don't want honest people like me. The fact is people do want an honest person like me. But they can't get a person like me in the mainstream media. You are talking about me. That's the beginning. It's a start. Yes, the EU is dead. It's on its way out, folks. The New World Order is about ready to collapse. Yes, Glenn Campbell did retire due to getting Alzheimer's. It's true. Like a rhinestone cowboy. Doo-doo.
You bastards. Yes, I am Bill Hicks. You bastards. Yes, I am Bill Hicks. You bastards.
Who is Glenn Campbell? You don't even know who Glenn Campbell is? Well, he's still living, and he's the guy who is the rhinestone cowboy in Midnight Cowboy. Glenn Campbell actually made a really good song. It's Friday night, we could talk about it. And he has an official site. He's a country singer, yeah. No, it's not boring. You're boring right now because you don't have a thing on your mind to ask me. Because you don't have any questions about the government or politics. Because you have no awareness. This is the opening of his site. Isn't that cool? I'm not sure what this is. This is his Glenn Campbell music. I don't know why it's just a piece of wood. I'm trying to figure this out. Well, let me say, you have a 1999 Kawasaki motorcycle in your garage. Is that correct? Is yes or no? And you tell me if I don't know what you think. Do you have a motorcycle in your garage? Oh, then I got the wrong guy. Sorry. Well, you're not putting out any positive vibes. I can't tap into it. Well, Apparently Glenn Campbell Music is now just a solid board. Wichita Lineman. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Mad Dog. Or Ace to Ace. Yeah. Well, yeah, you did. You said the show's boring. What do you call that? That's a negative vibe. It's like staring at this wood right here. No. You're about as boring as this piece of wood right here. And it's Glenn Campbell Music. I'm kind of freaked out. The site doesn't work. Oh, you said the chat. Well, no one's chat here. We chat. We don't chat. It's like his whole site is wood rot. I've never seen anything like this. I'm going back. I'm reading your chat. Scanning, 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 scanning. Your chat goes way up there. Beekman, dare I link that? I'd rather listen to DT Laura have a Roy Clark. Orange Blossom. Special moment. Yeah, Roy Clark. I remember him. From the Grand Ole Opry. You're chatting yourself? Okay. All right, let's see what you got, Beekman. Are you improving your links? Oh, Justin Bieber fell on stage, everybody. All right, let's take a look. Do you think he's on some controlled meds? Is this like the same kind of thing that happened when Meatloaf collapsed the other night? He's okay, by the way. Meatloaf collapsed, but we added some ketchup. Whoa, he just fell right off the stage. He was completely he was thinking about something else. No, Willie. Proxy, regardless of your opinion, David is not gay. Thank you. Are you a DJ, David? If you are, play some Jim Croce. Okay, I can't play anything that'll be monetized on YouTube. I think I explained that to you. The Bieber chicken? I don't have the Bieber chicken. Do you have that in your library? I was entertained. Yeah, I liked it. It was fun. It's always fun to see other people fall off stages. How did Orlando victim Antonio Devon Brown die in Pulse nightclub shooting when he was killed in 2013 in West Virginia? You found somebody who was killed 3 years earlier? Wow, folks, here we go. The telltale signs of a false flag. Excellent work, Scissor Fight. I knew this was happening. And you know what I mean about creating a list of dead AIDS victims in the Southeast. It's pretty easy to come up with 49 victims from 2 weeks ago who don't even have any family because their family doesn't like them. I mean, of all the people to find who don't have family, usually they're AIDS victims. According to media reports, Antonio Devon Brown was one of the 49 people killed in Orlando. Except news says that Antonio Devon Brown died in a shootout in 2013 in West Virginia. Strange. Two guys the same name, approximately the same age, both being killed in shooting crimes years apart. Gee, what are the odds? Here are the links to the recent Orlando gay nightclub shooting, reporting the victim as Antonio Devon Brown. There he is, Tallahassee. And he died 3 years earlier. Funeral services memorial set for the slain FMU graduate. Yeah. Wow. Burying people that are already dead. 3 years. All right, whatever. Yeah, we'll bring guest chat in. You've been kooky enough. Thanks for coming in and pretending like you were bored by the show. It's hard to get bored by the show when you know you can get free medical help if you're a veteran, or pay $30 and sit here and pick a ticket and get a real checkup. Okay, that's good. We got that taken care of, which is nice. Let me draw you a picture of what your medical care system will be like. We're going to have a tent. Right there. I'm drawing a picture of the tent we're going to put out over the... it'll be a large tent. It'll be like the Big Top at the circus. And it will be providing winter protection as well. We'll have some seating next to the front of it. Multiple rows of seating. Hi, Sarah. And then we'll put an LED TV on the side of the unit It'll play really cool stuff for you to watch. It'll be good for educational tips on nutrition. You'll get some recipes for the family to eat healthy. You see, folks, I care about the future of Americans, unlike the two parties who could give a rat's ass. They want you to die. They want you gone. They want you to die poor. They want to have all your money taken away when you die. They want your whole family to lose everything that simply because your dad stayed in the hospital for 7 days. Yeah. Okay, now we're going to move over and remove this stuff from the show. Look what they did to Glenn Campbell music. It's just a complete block. Remember how cool it was at one time?
Yeah, what happened to Glenn Campbell?
Glenn Campbell's in a hospital for Alzheimer's, but they've turned his entire site into wood. A wood background.
I think they wanted to put it in the background, but they put it in the foreground.
I think the wood has taken over the entire thing. Somebody needs a website designer at glenncampbellmusic.com. All right, we're going to say goodbye to that, and hello to Sarah.
Ralph Stanley?
Ralph Stanley was a bluegrass guy, died at 89. Yes, the blimp plane is coming on board right now. I'll tell you about it. It is made from carbon fiber. Well, Proxy Root, I don't go to saloons. I don't drink. I'm not an alcoholic like you. Yeah, I'm just not into boozing myself up and getting my courage to the bottom of a bottle. I'm in the mood for music, simply because it's there. Hey, Boink, what's going on, man? Blimp plane coming up, everybody. Yeah, the blimp plane coming right now. In your face.
Usually not going to Dover. I mean, sometimes we have gone to Dover fireworks, so probably not this year.
Okay, the blimp plane will fly from LA to New York at approximately 300 miles per hour. And it will be able to have sleepers on board with over 200 capacity for people to sleep and enjoy their flight, along with bars and places to meet people, and even an arcade, a video arcade, including three-dimensional VR systems that will be able to sit and play while you travel across the open ocean or across the sky. And every blimp plane will have parachutes in it. Now, you're wondering, why would I put a parachute? Why would I think of such a stupid idea to come up with a parachute and put it on the wings of my blimp plane, or on the nose cone of my blimp plane? Why would I want to put parachutes on a plane when I could save 50,000 lives historically had we had parachutes? Gee, I don't know. But the parachutes will blast out of the center if there's ever a problem with the dirigible itself, and will deploy, providing safety and a safe landing. We'll also have some pontoons underneath these. They'll be made out of styrofoam. Styrofoam is cheap, by the way. So we'll be able to create pontoons for our 747s and make good use of the system. The outer surface will be covered with Kevlar, will be relatively bulletproof, and we'll be able to provide immediate safety in the event of a disaster, like somebody shooting a bullet in it. But you know, it wouldn't even be a disaster. It would continue working fine.
No, there's no plan, Boink.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and move something in here too, while you talk about that other thing that you pulled off of that other thing. I'm going to put it in over the right there.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Oh, that's a good idea.
All right, I know, and we need to use all the styrofoam we have right now. Bring it on board and get the blimp plane to use recycled styrofoam. We'll have a lot of need for styrofoam because we won't be allowing styrofoam production in the future.
Where the red fern, or what about that book Where the Red Fern Grows, Mad Dog? My sister and mom were always crying through that one. Sarah does dance off camera to the song Don't Stop 'Cause You Won't Stop. Not on camera. Because I don't want you guys making a I don't want you making that thing about me. A GIF, an animated GIF. That's what I don't want you doing. Because I know, I mean, it works for David, but it's just like, yeah. 5 fingers, a short leash, sure. Good. So is death? Oh. It's O death from by him from O brother where art thou? Yeah. We're going to keep being here for you, Boink. What are you doing now? What are you going to do now? No, I don't remember him going to Dover. Yes, I'm a pretty modest person, that's true. I like being modest. Ha ha ha. I don't have one of those bag and audio. Sounds kind of fun though. Ooh, it's time to get the bacon and eggs on. Is it in the morning or are you having that for dinner? Yes, thank you, Rio. It's true. But just, you're just trying to get by now? That makes sense.
Yeah,
oh,
everybody.
It's AM, it's breakfast where you are, Bowie?
Everybody's trying to get by. That's pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we're all kind of getting by in this tough economy. You know, you got to
Nice job, Mad
be
Dog.
careful. Don't spend more than you make. That's one of the secrets to getting ahead of your personal debt is to not spend more than you make. Now, this is a situation where Boink spent hundreds of thousands of dollars that he made in the adult film business. Lost his, I guess it was a Ferrari or it was a Porsche? Porsche. I think you had a Boxster, is that right? Lost your house you bought and didn't spend your money wisely, man. So Boink is now having to rebuild after a horrible car accident. It was a Porsche. And he's having to rebuild his life after doing what, am I right about, was it 1,700 porn scenes you were in, or 3,700? I'm not sure. But it's been challenging, yeah. And he lost his leg in a car accident because he was drinking. So you're learning the hard way about life, how to really maintain. He made 2,184 porn scenes in like 3 or 4 years.
Wow.
And he made a lot of money, and he lost a lot of money rapidly.
Wow.
Because he got taken in by mortgages that he defaulted on. So, folks, Boink is a kind of a classic example of how to mismanage your money. And I'm not trying to make fun of you, Boink. I'm just saying.
Ace to Ace is an example of how to manage your money. Yep. Even in a tough economy, he has 3 homes and a ranch.
And he's managing his money very well. Look at that.
Thai. I could join you for Thai food. Aw, that's cute. A band pulls over to play music for the cows. That's cute. It's not just a way to get some more notoriety on Facebook. You're a mere 53 years old and you have 3 homes and a ranch. How did you start? Were you given a home, or how did you build up to 3 homes and a ranch? Just curious. Oh, I've heard of that name. I think. Oh, I think you told me about that name. That's why I've heard of it. Stuffed mac and Cheetos. Burger King's latest cheese monstrosity is sadly genius. Let me check this out. Oh, where did it go? Oh no. David just has too many darn things open. Thankfully I can come back here. Okay. Latest fast food monstrosity. Mac and Cheetos. Oh my goodness. Mac and cheese on the go. Wow. Deep fried sticks of macaroni cheese encrusted in Cheetos flavored shell. I don't even like mac and cheese, and I'm like, I might have to try that. Mac and Cheetos. I know, Old Scratch, you can think of whatever you want. That looks so good. Oh, you found a camper for Ed. Let's see it. Aw, that's hilarious. That's perfect. I'm totally leaving that open for David later to just like discover as like a bookmark. The political thing is not done, and we're going to keep doing this. You inherited one home and you saved and made good choices for the other two homes and then the ranch. The future of cuisine. Mac and Cheetos. Cheetos on hot chili. Ooh, that sounds interesting. But I would end up eating the Cheetos before the chili got hot. I know, the camper on a bike. Camper for Ed. That's hilarious. Is there like a non-GMO Burger King in Washington? No. I totally wish there were a non-GMO fast food restaurant. That would be pretty popular in Washington, actually. 3 tacos and a margarita for dinner tonight. Awesome. I'm thinking I might skip dinner tonight. That's probably a good idea. Yes! So he asked everyone to storm across the bed of coals. Thanks, Scissor Fight. I was wondering what happened. Like 30 people went to the hospital after Tony Robbins. As a routine part of this seminar, there was a fire walking event whereby participants walk over hot coals to practice mind over matter. It appears, however, that some attendees weren't quite focused enough that evening, where somebody actually lit the coals on fire when normally they just like put some charcoal out and it's not lit. Wow. Dallas Fire Rescue paramedics were called to Cape Bailey Hutchinson after 11 p.m. 30 to 40 people were seen on site. Most of the people elected not to be taken to the hospital. Oh my goodness. Thousands of people walked across the coals without a problem. The people that burned their feet should have done a better job mentally preparing, said Pujan Patel. Oh my goodness. Wow. They were told to repeat the phrase "cool moss" to themselves as they walked across the coals. The crew walked them through every step. They were very, very cautious. They said, "Don't look at the coals as you walk across." To visualize walking across the coals, and then appeared. Afterwards, they sprayed their feet with water. Wow. His website says, "Overcome the unconscious fears that are holding you back. Storm across a bed of hot coals." Wow. Unbelievable. He made his fortune from book sales, not no money down properties. Yes. What? Okay, so you think you can mess with people's minds by putting everything in there? All true, Zero. All true. Just read carefully. Never afraid. I'm afraid of nothing. I know. That's the problem with them, Dogbone. It's crazy. A good song, thanks, Stoopster. Very, very rarely. Very rarely. And very rarely laugh as well. I'm sure they're, no, I'm not afraid, because David's not. I've never heard the band Stray Cats. I don't think. I'm not a big mac and cheese fan. The only mac and cheese I liked was Velveeta Shells and Cheese. But that was a long time. Yeah, $1,000 per seminar. Come, listen to me. I will tell you how to be great. Just charge me. You need to pay me $1,000. But if you pay me $1,000, you'll learn the secret of being great. Okay, I'm glad that's not what you meant. I should check out Unknown Hinson or Southern Culture on the Skids. Okay. Yeah, exactly. It's been a long time since I've eaten those, though, because Dave's not a big Velveeta person. And he likes, like, whole grain, you know, non-GMO, whole grain pasta. The peaches are ripe right now, it's true. Pretty cool. I bought some California plums. I'm enjoying those. Yes, the secret to happiness. Enjoy your life. Yes, you could grow GMO organically. You know, you can start at your home and grow them. Wonder how many seeds you can buy that are GMO, non-GMO seeds. That would be good. Why did I go to dashboard? What did he do to me? I didn't want to do that. Oh goodness. Okay. There probably aren't other ones. But I'll just go back here and he'll figure out what he did. Here comes the sun. Yeah, I know. Can you let all the other candidates know that are running for president? Then they can just all choose me for their vice president, and no matter what happens, then I'll be vice president. Just every single candidate, and then whoever wins, I'll be the vice president. Just kidding. Oh, true. GMO can't be considered organic. Oh. Yeah. Well, I mean, so, but can you find non-GMO seeds? I mean, the seeds that they sell for people to grow are usually non-GMO, I would think. Or are you entering into an agreement that you're growing GMO tomatoes when you go and buy tomato seeds at the store? And if you, by buying those seeds, you have permission to grow them. You're giving me a link to your YouTube? Yeah, it is getting hard to find non-GMO. Actually, it's not too hard. At least the food. I know, that's a pretty old video. I do want to change everything. I still do. I changed my look a little bit. Got longer hair, better glasses, less acne. That's all good. I just had a beginning. Start somewhere. Southern Culture on the Skids. Scots.com. Okay. Very good. You don't think... yeah, I don't think GMOs are... tomatoes are GMO yet. Are so many non-GMO seeds are contaminated. They're trying to make it illegal to grow non-GMO. My goodness. Yeah, that's what.
All right.
All right, good.
Yeah, so I can help out now.
Okay, good, because I'll be here for the next 3 minutes.
Great. So, are you enjoying all the beautiful vegetables starting to grow in your Victory Garden? A lot of you have planted Victory Gardens, I'm sure, in your backyard and are really enjoying the savings of having your own lettuce grow. You're not? It's a bummer. You didn't even plan for this economic downfall? You didn't listen to anything I said over the past 7 years?
You
Okay.
always listen to David.
Whatever, I'm just trying to give you guys tips. You should plant some radishes or something.
Radishes are cool.
They are. It was the first plant I ever grew.
Okay, I'll have to listen to that later too.
We'll leave it up. Those stray cats rock this town, yeah. We'll get that. Thank you. Well, let us grow together and let us leaf. Yeah, it's hard to find non-GMO corn, but you know, Old Scratch, if you look for the bags, we bought some chips today for 99 cents for I guess it was a 5.5 ounce bag of chips. Non-GMO corn chips.
Yep.
So if you look around at some of the discount centers, you might find the non-GMO. They're all starting to say whether they are, and the ones that aren't just aren't saying non-GMO. Yeah.
Ultimate 80s playlist, nice. Yeah, seed corn's a little bit different, I guess. But
You know-
you're talking about just like a garden.
Yeah. Popcorn, they say, is non-GMO. They can't get corn to pop if it's GMO. That's another thing you might want to think about.
Yeah, popcorn.
Now, I'm a big sweet corn. I love sweet corn, but now you can barely find 2 corn on the cobs for $1, if you're lucky. So, Orville Redenbacher is non-GMO? Really? There you go. Interesting to know. Military generals take steps to arrest Obama over proof implicating him in arming ISIS. Let me go ahead and move this over to another side over there.
Every time I try to move it over there.
But you can't use that. I'm trying to explain to you. You can't. That just messes everything up. That mouse sucks.
Okay, my mouse sucks.
No, I'm just telling you. It's just that is
It's true.
a worthless mouse. We've got to buy a new mouse pretty soon.
Yeah, I need a new mouse.
Now, Ivanka Trump is sued for allegedly copying a $785 shoe design. Did you guys profile that story yet?
No.
Well, look at this. This is a live leak story about Ivanka using a $785 shoe design and copying it. There's a suit about it.
Do you want to take off the thing? Off YouTube?
Fashion entrepreneur and shoe designer Ivanka.
No,
The footwear brand file.
these types of songs, these are not monetized because they are done with robotic voices.
Oh, good.
So it's not going to monetize us.
Oh, good.
Thank you, Sarah. Oh, Sarah, everybody, you got a wonderful time meeting the wonderful Sarah that we love and spend time with every night. Thanks. Appreciate it, 0 votes, Dave. Yeah, your plan is working. Yeah, so far I'm winning. Well, glow-in-the-dark corn cannot be good, Mouth. Yeah. Well, these shoes were made for copying, and that is what they're alleging Ivanka Trump did. Yes, these shoes were made for copying.
Suit against Trump for allegedly stealing at least 3 of its designs and using them in her own eponymous shoe line, the Huffington Post reports. Also named in the suit is Mark Fisher, the manufacturer Trump collaborates with, as well as 2 other companies. The suit accuses the companies of repeated infringement and deceptive trade practices. One of the main complaints in Aquazura's suit, which was filed Tuesday in a Manhattan federal court, is
clearly Aquazura Wild Thing is exactly like Trump Hetty, which is sold at a high price for $785. Hello, Dave.
Related to the super sexy Wild Thing shoe, $785. A fringy, high-heeled sandal that looks almost identical to Trump's heavy stiletto, $145. Footwear company Aquazura. The footwear brand filed suit against Trump for allegedly stealing at least 3 of its designs and using them in her own eponymous shoe line, the Huffington Post reports. Also named in the suit is Mark Fisher, the man.
We talked about the Brexit earlier. Just touching down on this story, we'll get into the meat of it later. Let's talk about the Brexit. What does it mean to you, and how will your future change? Well, because we are still dealing with the same amount of people buying the same amount of services and goods around the world, we have a constant flow of income and outcome around the world. People are trading. Even the Maersk is out moving. They're in Korea right now. They're docking. And they are delivering a massive load of cargo to South Korea. The shipping lanes are beginning to percolate. The real economy will continue. The profiteering, the mortgage-backed securities that have been bailed out all these years are over. Those days are over. The credit default swaps are going to tumble. A lot of these are going to contract, and a lot of the big companies that have been resting on their middle management to run around the world going, hey, I'm selling you something, I'm going to the convention, you guys are going to buy. And these guys, these middlemen, are making $250,000 a piece to run around pitching their company like it was some great thing, when in fact their company's losing money. So every corporation is going to be downsizing their workforce yet again, which means this contraction will affect a lot of people who are in permanent jobs, but many of you who are just kind of like barely making it, living on your Social Security or maybe your welfare check or your disability or whatever. Maybe you're living in your mom's house to save money while you're working down the street at one of the coffee baristas or something. I mean, whatever you're doing to survive, that's going to continue. But we've got to give you people opportunity to get a job that is meaningful for you, that will add dimension to your life, that you'll feel fulfilled. And I don't think the American people have ever had that. 85% of our jobs, people say, they don't want them. They don't like them. 85% of America is unhappy with their work. But you could get paid running around. You could get paid from your home with my plan, doing programming or maybe making websites. You could actually get paid $36,000 a year. No, I don't need a job, Monty. I no longer need to work. I retired at a young age. Unlike Donald Trump, who has to keep working because he never managed his money right, my job is running for president. I decided to do this in 2010, and actually 2008. And 2010, I closed my business. I said, I'm done. Let's just do this. Now, there's an interesting point. Mind control is being done through an information flicker effect. This is interesting information many of you may not be aware of. There is a possibility that we're getting brainwashed in everything from our MP3s that we listen to and our video that we're watching on television. Interesting. Activist Post is doing an article on this. And we heard from the Maersk, one of the Maersk chatters that's in our room. He said that the MP3 thing is real. They've installed some sort of a brainwashing technique in MP3 data. I don't know. I can't confirm it. While you sleep, they create your reality. Okay, John Rappaport wrote this. He wrote this piece in 2012 in the wake of a Sandy Hook shooting. He reposted it now because it equally applies to the Orlando shooting. No, I'm not talking about the flicker of the television picture. I'm talking about an on-off switch that controls information conveyed to the television audience. The Sandy Hook school murders provide an example. First of all, elite media coverage of this tragedy has one goal: to provide an expanding narrative of what happened. It's a story. It has a plot. In order to tell the story, there has to be a source of information. The top-flight television anchors are getting their information from where? They're junior reporters? Not really. Ultimately, the information is coming from the police and secondarily from local officials. In other words, very little actual journalism is happening. The media anchors are absorbing, arranging, and broadcasting details given to them by the police investigators. The anchors are PR people for the cops. This has nothing to do with journalism, absolutely nothing. So the law enforcement agencies investigating the Sandy Hook shootings on the scene in real time were following up on leads? We don't know what leads they were following and what leads they were discarding. We don't know what mistakes they were making, and we don't know what evidence they were overlooking or intentionally ignoring. See, we're left in the dark here. The police, for whatever reason, decided to drop the whole suspect in the woods angle. Therefore, the media anchors no longer mention it. Inside the police are focused on Adam Lanza, who was found dead in the school. So are the television anchors, who no longer refer to the suspect in the woods. There was a suspect in the woods. So there's a break in logic. It makes no sense, which is the whole point. The viewer thinks, let's see, there were suspects in the woods, the cops were chasing him, now he doesn't exist. Like in the recent Orlando shooting, they say there were 4 people with guns, guarding doors. I'm not in any way going to listen to negative stuff in our chat room, and we do monitor, in case you didn't know. And let's not forget Zero Votes Dave is here to remind us how the media is controlling and censoring everything we do. Thanks, Zero Votes. Yeah, just a reminder that we've been completely nullified by the mainstream media, and they will not allow any new ideas, any new talking points. So military generals are taking a step back and asking, did Obama violate the law when he started ISIS? The kid was like a robot, autistic. Are you talking about Adam Lanza? No, he wasn't. He liked to play a game where he danced around. Yeah, he was completely a vegan. I mean, the guy would never hurt a fly. Adam Lanza was under investigation 6 years prior by the FBI for hacking into government computers. If you research this, you'll know that. Well, the Smith-Mundt Act, actually, that's a good point, has been used as minimizing the propaganda effect, but it was never implemented. And as far back as 1975, the Senator Frank Church did a detailed study of what was called the Operation Mockingbird by the CIA, in which they violated the Smith-Mundt Act numerous times. So if you think for a second that this isn't a controlled message you're getting daily, they just went underground. They went private contractor with a lot of that stuff. And whatever Senator Frank Church revealed is now no longer even discussed publicly or monitored by the government. I mean,
I thought that it was a matter of real concern that planted stories intended to serve a national purpose abroad came home and were circulated here and believed here, because this would mean that the CIA could manipulate the news in the United States by channeling it through some foreign country. And we're looking at that very carefully.
Do you have any people being paid by the CIA who are contributing to a major circulation American journal? We do have people who submit pieces to American journals. Do you have any people paid by the CIA who are working for television networks?
This I think gets
into the kind of getting into the details.
Getting into the details, Mr.
Chairman, that I'd like to get into an executive session.
Executive session. So they went into private executive session to talk about how they were manipulating the news. I know. I don't know the answer on Tupac, but I can tell you that the stories of manipulation get very complicated. Our government is using printed money to fund operations called crisis actors, and they hire companies like this, LifeTech, who offer cost-effective mannequins for events like what we saw in Orlando. Here's LifeTech's site, lifetech.com.au, Australia's version. But they lightweight, water-resistant polyester filled with flame retardant foam pieces, adult size. They look like human bodies, and these are things that are being used by law enforcement for training. But they can go live with training at any time, and it does look like a real event. So that was the story about mind control we talked about through information flicker effect. I think what we're talking about in that article is how they're able to warp the message and make you think certain things. And that's something that's been going on. In fact, here's a reporter who's been working for the CIA for years, who spills the beans and admits that all news and the mainstream media is run and operated by the CIA. Watch this.
Well, I've been a journalist for about 25 years, and I was educated to lie, to betray, and not to tell the truth to the public. But seeing right now, within the last months, how far, how the German and American media tries to bring war to the people in Europe, to bring war to Russia. This is a point of no return, and I'm going to stand up and say it is not right what I have done in the past, to manipulate people, to make propaganda against Russia, and it is not right what my colleagues do and have done in the past, because they are bribed to betray the people, not only in Germany, all over Europe. The reason writing this book was that I'm very fearful of a new war in Europe, and I don't like to have this situation again, because war is never coming from itself. There is always people behind it to push for war. And this is not only politicians, this is journalists too. And I just have written in the book how we have betrayed in the past our readers just to push for war.
He was instrumental in pushing for the war in Libya. He wrote fake stories about Muammar Gaddafi, and he went on to talk about it in this interview. He talked about how he is a non-official cover for the CIA, and how all journalists are non-official covers. Any foreign journalist that wants a job is a non-official cover for the CIA. Not sure where you're going with that, third party, but we're going to ban you anyway. This is a thing that I think a lot of you have been kind of led to believe, that you rely on the news and what people tell you on the news, and it's just not the case. We've learned from 7-8 years of nonstop discussions on the internet that the internet is ripe with news if you look in the right places, and that's why we like to feature stories in our show that you wouldn't normally find. Yeah. Gaddafi was trying to build his own currency, and he even gave his own people $695 per citizen right after the debacle of 2009. He gave everybody money. He was well liked, but then our government sent $24 billion indirectly into the banks over there, which toppled the Libyan government of Muammar Gaddafi, undermined his ability to function. This is called an economic hit. And even though they're giving money to the Libyans that were alternative views as compared to Gaddafi, They bribed his enemies. And then they got his enemies, who, incidentally, were Al-Qaeda, known Al-Qaeda members, to take down Muammar Gaddafi. So our government didn't just negotiate with terrorists during that time period. They funded terrorists during that time. And our government never, ever put that policy out as a policy. Yet our government was complicit. We occupy 75% of the NATO forces. So when we funded NATO, they managed to get the necessary supplies into the, I guess they were called Al-Qaeda at the time. They were called rebels, similar to what we have in Syria, where they're funding an economic hit against Syria. Our government has been spending $1.16 billion on rebels since we started in Syria. And that 1.16 billion is now being squandered, and oftentimes those rebels convert to ISIS because it's absolutely convenient for them to do that. Now they can call them ISIS. Yeah, they can rebrand themselves anytime, rename themselves, so, or ISIL, whatever. They can call themselves whatever they want, and there's no way of knowing who's your enemy. So we've created a conundrum of problems in the Middle East by the CIA funding opposition forces at all times. That's got to change. And the only way it's going to change is if you have a president who acknowledges it's even happening. With Donald Trump, you won't get him to acknowledge ISIS is created by these people. He's been running around copying everything we say, though. And he somehow bumbled out that he believed Hillary created ISIS. Because I've been saying that. Because Hillary and Obama did create ISIS. But he himself is so fearful of ISIS that he wants to start a ground war in Iraq. Or in Iran. Or in Syria. So Donald Trump wants to kick ISIS's ass, even though he thinks Hillary and Barack created it. He doesn't even listen to the real knowledge that's being circulated on the internet. He's not even aware of what's really happening. So you're watching a lot more than just the news when you see a show on the internet that's good. Yeah, we no longer support the bad practices of a failed government. If you want a new political party, it has to represent brand new directions. Now, whether you agree or disagree with me about false flags, it doesn't matter. Because we're going to make sure that anything that happens will be vetted properly. Right now, we've got no pictures of dead bodies. We've got no verification of people, family members. We only get one family, one token funeral with an open casket and a wax dummy. See, they're feeding us bread and circuses. This is more like theater than it is reality. They're feeding us a theatrical version of terrorism. And they are putting green screen images of beheadings out there. They were doing that quite a bit for the past 2 years. So much so the CIA was aware that they had problems with their green screen guy. We caught them soliciting video production directors online through various hiring agencies. They were looking, Scissorfight found a link to the CIA looking for a top-notch production designer for videos. They're that aware that their green screens suck. Hillary essentially is just a mouthpiece for the elite. This is the bottom line here, guys. The two parties represent the power elite simply because they're so greedy. You see, greed has invested the entire Congress that we have. The two-party system we have is completely corrupted by greedy people. More than half of them are millionaires and want to be millionaires. And they are there literally to suck money in everywhere they can to get reelected, and they siphon money into their personal pockets this way. And this has been going on for so long that we don't have an honest government. It's that simple. We've been forced into a government run by the worst possible people. They call that a kakistocracy. I think that's the spelling. It could be K-A-C-H, but it's kakistocracy. A government run by the worst possible people. We've also got a plutocracy. An ascendant group of rich people like, what's his face, Mark Zuckerberg, who's probably a Rothschild. Because I did a search online and there is no Zuckerberg family line. It doesn't exist. There is no other Zuckerberg in the entire country that I could find. So I believe that Mark Zuckerberg may have made up his name and had some plastic surgery. His real name is it CAS? Okay. Catastocracy? Okay. I think Mark Zuckerberg's real name is Mark Greenberg, and he's the grandson of the Rothschilds. That's why he had so much money when he bought WhatsApp. He offered $19 billion when his net worth was no more than 35, which is bizarre considering he's never going to get that money back. That's a telltale sign of a spoiled brat who's spending daddy's money, not a person who understands and appreciates the value of a dollar. We get the same thing with this Donald Trump guy, daddy's little ingenue who decided to take money that he got from his dad and parlay it in the bank and borrow against it. And he's just a borrower. Donald Trump bankrupted 4 corporations, drained them dry, screwed all the shareholders out. Don't forget that. A marriage license, I don't think, should be part of the government, JPF. I don't believe marriage license is the purview of our government. I don't think our government should be authorized to offer marriage licenses. We can just stop the practice completely. There is no evidence. There you go, truth seeker. Thank you. There is no evidence that the government has the right to be involved in your spiritual life. It's a clear breach of the separation of church and state. I'm amazed the Supreme Court hasn't even ruled on it. I'm amazed they made the ruling they did make. It would have been overturned if I was the justice. If I was the Chief Justice, I would have argued that this is a clear breach of the separation of church and state as defined in the 14th Amendment. And there is a clear need for the government to get out of our personal life. But the government, the Supreme Court, who I think, by the way, should be completely impeached. Every one of them on the Supreme Court is on the take, I believe. Especially Justice Thomas. Justice Thomas has never even written a brief until recently, when Justice Scalia was killed. Justice Thomas finally wrote something after, 8 years or 12 years or something? He finally wrote something. It was a couple sentences, but he had never written a brief at all since he's become a Supreme Court Justice. Elena Kagan didn't even serve as a judge before she was given that role as Supreme Court Justice when she secretly kept all of those lawsuits on Barack Obama's birth certificate away from the Supreme Court. As Solicitor General, Elena Kagan basically cleansed all the things that came in, and nobody got a chance to question the birth certificate, which is clearly a fraud, clearly a forgery. So the Supreme Court can't even make decisions. When they ruled in favor of Obamacare, when Chief Justice Roberts said Obamacare was going to help the greater good and helping the General Welfare Clause, he invoked the General Welfare Clause. Chief Justice Roberts blew it because the General Welfare Clause is to help the people, not corporations profit from the people. It's clearly a violation of the General Welfare Clause. In fact, it's taking money away from the general welfare to overcharge them for health care. But he never used that argument. He simply went with the idea the General Welfare Clause justifies taxation, reversing all ideas that this was not going to be taxing. This is not going to be mandatory. So we got screwed there too. So the Supreme Court, I believe, should be impeached. Citizens United, giving corporations the individual rights of a person like you or I. Letting them get away with that. It's ridiculous. Supreme Court shouldn't have the authority to pass legislation, especially on transgenderism or on same-sex issues like marriage, which is a separation of church and state issue. If a pastor from a homosexual Christian Episcopal or whatever church wants to marry Billy Bob and whatever his name is, Bruce, then let them. What does that have to do with anything? We can have legal documents for ownership and property rights constructed without marriage contracts. They're already being created. Wills are being adjudicated. Probates are handled. People can even put their house or their home or their property in joint right of survivor, which puts another person you're going to will this to that person and gives that person the ability to acquire that property without having to go through probate. It's already being done, exactly. So marriages are unnecessary unless they're in a spiritual sense, a bond between you and your wife or your lover. Yeah, we don't need to waste any more time about marriage tonight. Let's move on. So we talk about the origins of war tomorrow night with our anti-war rally. And I want everyone to know that never forget the fact that Donald Rumsfeld, one of the darkest characters in American history, a former Secretary of Defense who's still around, but won't acknowledge what he said the day before September 11th, 2001, and that was that the Pentagon was missing $2.3 trillion they weren't accounting for. So a government that won't even account for the loss of $2.3 trillion, and they want your pennies to take in that you're struggling hard to earn as taxes. We've got a very corrupt government. And they're sucking money out of everywhere they can while they're taking the country down. So if you really want the country to survive, we don't need these people in charge. We've got to get this third party on track. Rumsfeld is implicated in the passing of the NutraSweet laws. He pushed those through. NutraSweet is rat poison. When you go to a restaurant right now and you get some zero sweetener and your grandma says, "Oh honey, I'm trying to cut back. Could you give me zero sweetener?" She's eating rat poison. I wouldn't doubt Rumsfeld endorses Trump. It's all a dark world in that whole triangle of control. And there you go. The divorce rate in domestic violence is higher with a lesbian marriage. That's fascinating. Sub 5.6. Wow. Stevia is the only way to go, in my opinion. Stevia is a natural sweetener. But for some reason, Donald Rumsfeld wanted to make money. They wanted to monetize. The people that were pulling his strings wanted to monetize the sale of saccharin and NutraSweet and aspartame. And they wanted to put it in everything we have. Do you know that when you get the green mouthwash at the store, that it has saccharin in it? Are you aware of that? Are you aware that saccharin was implicated in some tests involving laboratory animals creating tumors? I mean, this is really serious. They've got products that were designed to be rat poison because they're sweet. Rats love them. And then they eat it and they dehydrate, they get disoriented and they die. So we're being treated like rats and sprayed like insects. Yeah, check it out. Look at the label on your green mouthwash. You'll see saccharin in it. This is your homework for tonight. Believe me, I've checked them all out. Unless it's a yellow bottle, which is kind of medicine-y, you're getting saccharin. Check it out, man. Go into your mouthwash right now. Put it under a microscope. Oh, well, if you're using Tom's of Maine, that's not the green bottle. That's different. That's a clear liquid. The blue is the same. They have saccharin in it as well. You look tonight, absolutely. Look at the label. Look at as close as you can. I just did it the other day. I spotted saccharin in every single bottle on the shelf. Yeah, turmeric is good for your teeth. They apparently brighten your teeth, I've heard. Yeah. But yeah, Tom's of Maine makes some fluoride-free toothpaste. They also have fluoridated toothpaste. So they're not like pure in that way. They sell to both markets. Trader Joe's has a pretty cheap propolis and myrrh, I believe it's called, which is natural ingredients with carbonate. So when you brush your teeth with that, it prevents plaque, and it's natural. There's no fluoride in it, and they're $2.29 a tube, which is a pretty good deal at Trader Joe's. Sarah thinks she's going to start making her own deodorant. I've been listening to her. She tells me she has a good recipe for it. There you go. Propolis coats your teeth. There you go. Protects them. I want everyone else to know, since we're on the subject of tooth health tonight, that a lot of these things have fluoride in them. And you don't want fluoride either, because fluoride has been known to reduce your ability to think. A study done at the Harvard Medical Review in 2012 showed a 7% drop in IQ, with a variable of 10 bringing it close to 20-point drop. So you could get as much as a 20-point drop in your IQ simply by eating fluoride all the time. You can brush with it, but rinse it out. That's my recommendation. Yeah. The discussion on Brexit was in the early part of the show. We do pickups on it. As you know, I've been supporting the Brexit for over 6 months. Donald just acquired the idea when he watched our show, so he's had it for 2 days. And he's taking credit for it right now. Brexit itself will be an automatic austerity plan for all the countries involved, including the EU. They can no longer rest on other countries to back up their currency. And they can't keep giving each other loans, and England doesn't want their money, or Britain doesn't want their money, so I think it's a good thing. It's healthy, because we can't keep borrowing money to finance world growth. It's a failed policy that the world bankers have been engaged in for the past 50 years. It's already becoming a massive collapse. The global economic collapse is happening, and it started many years ago with the fractional reserve banking system here in the US, but massive credit default swaps throughout the private sector, money market accounts that are not supported with collateral, 24 trillion that could default at any time. Yeah, we're facing a major catastrophe, but once we get out of it, we'll be sitting pretty. We'll know exactly where we're at. Right now, people are profiting from money, not from products. They make money on their money, and that's not good for a capitalist economy. A real capitalist economy is going to take a hit like this, and it has to bounce back. I keep the suits fresh. This is a leather jacket. It's a pleather jacket that I keep in my closet. I'm pretty meticulous about my wardrobe, so I don't really have a lot of dirt around my stuff. So, and when I get out of a white shirt and I've used it, I toss it and I get another white shirt. I don't toss it away. I toss it in the wash and I wash it. So I recycle everything. This shirt is 7 years old. I got this almost at the beginning of our run, and it still looks pretty new. Yeah, I don't dry clean anything. The chemicals they use, not a good idea. Well, we can try to get. What can you get with 2.3 trillion? You can get a lot of military hardware. You can snake money into secret accounts. You can fund an entire third rail of government with 2.3 trillion. And that's exactly what they did. It's called the third rail. And if you mention it in the military or in the government, you could get sent to Leavenworth. I'm only talking about it because it's public knowledge. And I'm not a military guy. But the third rail of government is a secret underbelly. A hidden shadow government that's siphoning money, black market money. The good thing is, as president, I'll be able to look at the budget and analyze it for potential problems. Our president hasn't done that because he's not even aware of the Exchange Stabilization Fund. Our president has an IQ of about 106. He doesn't have the mental acuity to dig deep into the registries of corruption at the Exchange Stabilization Fund at the Treasury. Only the president can do it, but our president is dull-witted. He wouldn't be able to pick that up. Well, it's not Rumsfeld, just a guy who we're throwing the name out there. He's just part of the third rail. He, along with others, have been working secretly. We even met a guy in 2010 whose dad is good friends with Donald Rumsfeld. This guy went out of his way to befriend us. He even invited to meet us in Vegas, and we met the guy in Vegas. And he told me about his family and how much money they had. And it became very obvious that the Republicans had sent this little young guy into our little circle to find out what we were all about. I didn't know at the time that he was sending information back to his dad until later. His dad and Donald are very good friends. So the Republicans have an agenda, and they don't like anybody interrupting their agenda. Unfortunately, they've got Donald Trump interrupting their agenda right now. Yeah. That's interesting. He actually forced himself on us in Vegas. He just said, yeah, I want to meet you. I want to meet you, this kind of thing. Well, I don't want to forget you. I want you to be involved in a daily chat show, 810. They are scared of the third party, and it's because I know what I'm doing. They're frightened that I have the ability to actually spot their weaknesses. And I've exploited them. But unfortunately, we haven't had any mainstream media attention, so Donald Trump grabbed all my ideas which exploit the weaknesses in the two-party system, and he's using them as his ideas. Well, that only lasts so long, like recently when he dropped in the polls. You bought an Armani shirt at a secondhand store for $2. Wow, that's amazing. Those are the kind of shirts I actually look for. In my local area, we've got a thrift store that I go to, and I walk in there periodically, like once a week, and I look at their shirt selection. And the other day I bought a polyester shirt. I normally wouldn't buy it, but it fits real well. And I really like the look. It's a 70-30 blend. I prefer it's a 70% poly. I would normally not even wear it, but it was a nice shirt. But yeah, I like cotton shirts, preferably. This is a 60-40. 60 cotton, 40 polyester. Anyway, this missing money is just the tip of the iceberg. During 9/11, there was a massive amount of money laundering going on in the trade towers themselves. When they did forensic evidence, they dug it up, they found a few hard drives, they looked into the hard drives that they could find in the rubble, and they found massive transfers of money. In the millions and millions of dollars, hundreds of millions were being moved. 2 days before 9/11, the Security Exchange Office, the SEC, the Security Exchange Commission, opened up external offices in emergency preparation 2 days before 9/11. Why would they do that unless they had foreknowledge of 9/11 happening? These are not crappy ideas, and the fact is that Trump has borrowed these ideas is in no way going to give him the win, because he's still having a major problem with credibility. Yes, I'm fully aware of the time till the presidential election. Yes. I'm not worried. This campaign's going very well, considering we've been up against the wall. He's already taken my mobile medical unit idea, yes. He's talking about mobile medical units. We're going to take you out for a while, Beekman. We're done with your bean counter mentality. Yeah, 9/11 was possibly staged, sure. But I do believe 3,000 people died, or near that. Absolutely. People died during that attack. And Building 7 didn't come down on its own. It was actually taken down with what apparently was some sort of a thermal explosion using super thermite. It was a takedown. In fact, Larry Silverstein was heard saying, "Pull it," in response to what the firemen wanted to do. Well, apparently you guys got tired of spamming all kinds of other hatred, so now you're coming up with original hatred thoughts. I don't support somebody who uses my idea because it is considered a character flaw. It's the wrong person to be in the presidency stealing ideas. Yeah, the bean counter mentality that Beekman has is not worth having him in the room. He doesn't deserve to be here. I'm doing great, 984, thank you. Yeah. We're going to go ahead and move on here to a look at the economy up close and personal. Burger King's latest fast food monstrosity is sadly genius. This is the nuts and bolts of making money in the fast food industry. Lehman Brothers sent $400 billion to 3 Israeli banks just 4 days before declaring bankruptcy on over $650 billion in assets. Zoni has the specifics. Shuva.net has the story of the Lehman Brothers. Thank you very much, Zoni. Linda Sandler from Bloomberg was ahead of the story they wanted covered up. Wow, that's good news. On the fast food front, let's take a look at this. Oh, mac and Cheetos. Whoa. Unbelievable. On Wednesday, Burger King announced a solution to eat a favorite dish, mac and cheese on the go. But in doing so, it did something that seems to defy the healthy eating moment we seem to be in. It's announced its deep-fried sticks of macaroni cheese would be encrusted in a Cheetos-flavored shell. As it happens, analysts say the new creation called Mac and Cheetos could be the best food mashup since Taco Bell introduced the Doritos Locos Taco Shell in 2012. Think mozzarella sticks except full of gooey mac and cheese. They'll cost $2.49 and have 310 calories of hollow starch. No one is going to stop me from getting into the race. I have had zero time in the mainstream media. The EU's effect on America is going to actually do very well. Temporarily. As the EU collapses, our world currency becomes more powerful and more dominant. If the euro completely collapses, America will have a permanent status as the world currency. There will never be any question. Bye, EU. R.I.P. Rest in peace. You know, I don't know about the Irish reunification. There's a lot of people very upset still. There's a lot of anger, a rift between the North and South. There is no real mosquito action going on in my biodome. I've neutralized it by not putting standing water in the biodome. Well, I think the oyster salad recipe could help not only the hybrid economy route, it will actually help people have sex and have children, because we want people to have children. Unlike the Democrats who want to see depopulation, I welcome the population. Because I'm working on a plan to get pure water on Earth. If my plan works, there will never be a question of enough water for farmers to grow things. You know, wading through the mountain of stupidity that sometimes comes into our show during an evening of broadcasting makes me really kind of hardened to the reality that a lot of people are aimless and clueless, and they don't really know what they're going to do in their life. And I would love to be able to give them a direction, but I can't. You need opportunity to decide for yourselves. Now, frankly, I think sticking out starch and putting cheese on it isn't the best solution for America's fast food industry. But hey, if it works for Burger King and revives them, great. We saw Justin Bieber fall off the stage tonight. That was fun. Many of you didn't see that. You want to see it again? Here we go. I thought that would wake you up. Sorry for the noise. I know that was a little loud. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't expect that to come on so loud. Yes, you'll be able to take your Bible into the school and pray silently. It's like any other book. We don't have a restriction on the books you carry into the school. Yeah, anytime. Feel free. As you know,
it's Stephen's 16th birthday, and it's a surprise present. You ready, Stephen? Yeah. What do you think it is? I really don't know.
Take a guess.
A car. Oh.
Close.
What?
Close.
A truck? Yes! You surprise! Yeah!
Do you like it?
No.
Why? This will be something that you can beat up and you don't have to worry about scratches or anything, and then you can get a job.
Yeah, but it's a piece of crap. And
it is. It runs really, really good.
But it's safer than any sports car you could buy, though. It's safer than any sports car. But it's safer than any...
Going. Get away from...
Okay, so This young man was very upset. So I don't want to get into the specifics, but adolescence is tough. I didn't even know that video was 10 years old. I had no idea. Thank you so much for telling me. You deserve a brownie button. Why don't you go ahead and stick your head in the toilet and you'll get a nice brownie button, okay? All right, give it a flush too. Yeah, don't ever denigrate this show. You don't have the right. Mad Dog, what are you doing? Why are you posting numerous pictures? Okay, you have something. Hold on. I can see your key got stuck. All right, let's get into the show here. We are going to at least analyze the green screen effect, which is now about to morph into a different shape. There we go. And I'm going to add this little chroma key. I'm a live caster, by the way. We can do this show 24/7, but I don't run the show 24/7. I only run it for 9 hours every day, except for Sunday. Okay, so let's take a look at something really cool. This is a unique solution for somebody who's looking to have a little sleeping quarters, drive down the road, be green friendly, and live in a foreign country. Introducing the bicycle camper. Yes, Campsicle. The Campsicle. Very cool idea. Brilliant, in fact. I'm thinking these things could sell worldwide. Built on a tri-wheel basis. If you put an electric motor on that, you've got yourself a fancy motorhome. Impressive, Mad Dog. Thank you. I know, it's just... It tintillates my thought process. Now that is cool. I hear you. Love that too, yeah. You know, one of the things I do on our show is, aside from mute and purge as my hobby, I go on Craigslist looking for motor homes and the best possible deals in the country. So where would you like me to look for a motorhome? Anybody? Or an RV? We'd like to spend some time just to, touch base. Freely check the Craigslist listing. Okay, the Brexit spreads across Europe. Italy, France, Holland, Denmark all call for referendums. Folks, the EU is dissolving. A bad plan by international bankers to create credit and borrow money has completely backfired. And as you can see, nations are realizing the nation-state model is far more secure than some globalist vision of a new world order. Politicians across Europe have called for their own referendums in the wake of Britain's historic decision to quit the EU. Katie Mansfield is discussing this. Italy's Luigi Di Maio has called for a referendum as France, Holland, and Denmark follow Britain. Now, Holland is actually facing a backlash. His socialist groups are wondering, well, why were you siding with this group? Now he's beginning to pander to his group, his constituents. So, should be interesting. You don't get in every time you want. You're lying about that. There are people that get in the show and can't get in the show. They have to click on their browser like 50 times just to get in here. I'm not kidding. Soros will pay Putin to destroy the UK. Well, Soros is pissed because his value has dropped. A lot of these billionaires have dropped. Cumulatively, the top 400 people around the world have lost $137 billion. Yes, 997 said, I've got 147 viewers tonight. Wow, that's cool. They're letting more in tonight. They're not just completely keeping them out. Great. Well, when they realize they're kind of screwed for ideas, they need to turn to a guy with intelligence and great plan for America. And it's not Donald Trump. He's kind of a dunce and a bully. You lost $19.27. What happened? You were forced to turn over your prized Hitachi vibrator to the thrift store to cash in or something? I'm much better, thank you. I don't want to talk about my body part. Like I said, it's just a mere 2% of my body weight. No real reason to, 1% of my body weight. I'm sorry. Did I say 2%? 1%. How long will it take for you to take the debt down? Well, my zero balance, my zero deficit concept for 2017 will begin automatically. We also have an aggressive plan to actually get the World Bank to release the gold that we have in our possession. We have between 32 and $40 billion worth of gold, depending on how you, did I say billion? I'm sorry, $1 trillion worth of gold. And if we bring back even a portion of that, we can actually pay off the debt and fund new startup growth in this country. Yeah, they're hiding the fact that our country is rich as all get out. We were the primary beneficiaries of the gold from Germany and Japan. And because we have no contact with that gold, I will get that gold for America one way or another. We'll be seizing assets to get that gold. But if they want to hide the gold, we'll get the equivalent in value. I'm not going to sit back and watch this country get cheated. My father fought World War II. 3 tours of duty, not to see this nation get screwed by a bunch of bankers. Now the Rothschilds, their little scheme is up. The New World Order is going down. And my nation, our nation, America, will definitely be the leg that will be pulled out from under them, and that table will topple. They can't use our nation as 911 around the world as a police state. They can't push our nation around the world to start their wars so they can own every central bank in the entire globe. Their little scam is coming to an end real soon. Yeah, he fought 3 tours of duty. He went back when his buddies died and fought another tour of duty. And he slept among dead bodies just to be here, to live long enough to give me life on this great planet. And yes, it is risky what I do, but what he did in World War II is far more risky than what I do right now, running for president. So I wouldn't even be here if he hadn't survived 3 tours of duty. Yeah, God bless him. Well, the Rothschilds aren't the biggest problem. There's other people that are well below them that'll fill the void of greed. There's greed everywhere. And they've taken control of our country through the 2-party system. So as you vote for a person who's not greedy, you vote for a new plan to get honest government again. And never lose that. And I'll take a bullet for this country because money doesn't matter to me. This nation matters to me. That's why I run for the presidency every night, against all odds. Nobody thinks I'll ever get there, but I know I will. So there's not much you can do to stop that mentality. It's unstoppable. It's the indomitable spirit that keeps fighting back. And that's the kind of spirit we had during World War II. We deserved at least the lion's share of a huge payoff, but the World Bank got that gold. Robbers get arrested after bragging about stealing thousands of dollars in a Facebook video. The video shows Roderis, an 18-year-old, and Marcus, a 27-year-old, riding a car, blasting music, and showing off wads of bills ranging from 20s to 100s. And they ID'd him. And now they're in jail. The men have been charged with various accounts of burglary, grand theft, criminal mischief, and dealing in stolen property. And not buying press-on veneers. I guess he never got his pair. Accusing me of being the Antichrist is psychotic. I'm a person who was baptized Catholic. I got my first communion, and then I decided I didn't really want to continue the ritualism of religion, but I still believe in God. Thank you, Digotini. Digotini. Okay, let's get the music on board. Everybody got a Can't Stop song I got to play, and everyone says don't dance, but I want to dance. A lot of people want me to dance. Because they know if I don't dance, I'm going to turn into a fat, unattractive pig. Kind of like that other candidate running. I know, I got to keep my my youth as long as I can and maintain my slim bod. I will dance now, please. Pulse 2D shooting fraud prepping us for a widespread ISIS attack. Thanks. This is an interesting take, a 15-minute video from How I See the World. We'll be featuring that tonight. His interesting perspective. We've got a plan, folks. It's to save this nation with all kinds of solutions, like a homestead renewal plan to help revive old houses, renovate them, and give you guys shovel-ready jobs. And we've got, this is not a wig. It's the real me, yes. We've got a mobile medical unit plan deployed through the Veterans Administration, improving the VA and getting free health care to veterans, and also offering $30 co-pays for anybody who wants to get treated. And you will actually get a chance to talk to a doctor if you really need it. If you don't, then we'll send you on your way with some meds, and a doctor will give you the necessary prescription. And you'll be saving a lot of money on healthcare, because right now, if you get sick, you could pay as much as $15,000 a day in a hospital. Isn't that scary? I couldn't believe it. A family member of Sarah's showed me a bill, and it was shocking. 1 day of chest pain, and boom, 15 grand. Okay, we got some companions here to dance with us. And, you know, Sarah started the show out in a wonderful way. I don't wear makeup. Sarah asked me, she said, she talked about this today, if Barack Obama he's a lame duck president, isn't this a chance for him to actually take this opportunity? He's having a statue built, actually it's constructed right now. A statue is constructed in favor of gayness. And he's just dedicated it. A Secret Service agent has said, this is a story that just came out. Yeah, he spent $700 million promoting this. Anyway, I want to show you where we're at here. Hang on. A Secret Service agent says Obama is Muslim and gay in a new tell-all book called The Black House. Let me give you the link to this. But he is dedicating a statue right now to homosexuality. And Sarah said, why doesn't he just come out of the closet? Take this time to come out of the closet. And I think she's absolutely right. I mean, this guy has been so useless as a president, he might as well admit that he's a gay Muslim. Yeah, it is possible. The madrasas actually encourage homosexuality. In Indonesia, where he was raised, it's quite common for boys to have sex with each other so that they don't in any way get near a woman. If you don't know the story of the madrasas in Pakistan and Indonesia, you haven't really done your work, your study. Yeah, John Travolta, very similar to Obama, sure. So here we go, everybody. Can't stop, because we got to expose the truth about Obama and about the country.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's third party.
For president. We can't stop, we can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we make 'em to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions. Causing double visions if you ain't up to speed. You need to speed it up, partner. Piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, 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 and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's third party.
All right, the theme song for America's Third Party. Thank you. Can't quit, can't stop, got to keep going. All right, I want to remind everybody that to rinse out after your meals, because the dentists are finding that food has 5.3, 5.4 on the acid level. And ideally, you need something around 7 for alkaline water to be pure. So you want to shoot for good, clean alkaline water to rinse your meal out, because that tooth decay is going to cost you big bucks financially. Do everything you can to make sure your body is clean, especially if you're eating something that's tasty, because the tastier the food, the more likely it's going to cause tooth decay. All right, cool. Yeah, tropical disturbance in Gulf of Mexico. We'll take a look at that tonight. And yeah, Hillary Clinton actually reads Psy-Q off of her teleprompter.
Okay, today is June.
Unbelievable. All right, see you tomorrow night for our anti-war rally, everybody. Thanks for coming in and talking about politics. As usual, we enjoy your chat, and you guys have done a lot of typing. I tell you, it's amazing how much typing you guys do. There is no need for fluoride to be in our water supply. Absolutely no need. If you want to get it in your mouthwash or your toothpaste, by all means. But why would we put it in our water supply? It's absurd. Thank you. We need pure water, everybody. This will be our backdrop for tomorrow night's anti-war rally. Thank you. That's right. The pH scale is the less than 7 is acidic and more than 7 is basic. You're right. Gordon Liddy, wait a second. He just got back from the nursing home. Thank you so much. Well, enjoy your evening. Hopefully get some rest and get revved up for tomorrow. Have a good Saturday. Enjoy your weekend. Here she is, reading off the teleprompter. Take care. Hillary.
He's attacking my faith.
Sleep tight.
Sigh. He's attacking my faith. Sigh. He's attacking my faith.